Hi all. Okay, the World Team Championship today. Let's follow in particular the USA team, and they're playing a very, very strong team, Azerbaijan, today. So it's an extremely strong team tournament. The USA on the previous day, on the previous round rather, not the previous day. Yesterday was a rest day. That they lost to China on Saturday. So there were two losses there. Nakamura won, and there was one draw. So China's actually not doing the best though. As you can see from here, Ukraine currently has got the most match points, MP match points. So 10 match points for Ukraine. And Vasily Ivanchuk, I'm pleased to see Vasily Ivanchuk playing so well. So he's heading up the Ukraine team. He seems to draw a lot of motivation in team events, and for some reason, I just speculate he's playing better in team events. Maybe there's less psychological pressure on him. He's drawing strength from his team. He did do an interview about this. You know, some events sort of freak him out, like playing for the World Championship. He doesn't do so well in the candidates, but in team events he seems to be playing exceptionally. So in rank 2, just close behind, is Russia, which the USA team managed to beat in one round. So we have Netherlands, Armenia, China, Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan is close on the rankings at the moment with 5 match points. And so USA's got 4. And I think these are game points. So 11 game points though. If there was a tie break, if it's anything like the Hertfordshire Chess League, the match points is the top priority, and on tie breaks the game points probably come into it to the side on tie breaking systems. So this is the current rankings, and I'll just see if there's any news updates here. What's the preview screen like? Okay, so the stream is from Internet Chess Club. There might be a delay, but Internet Chess Club is usually very, very good for following events. And okay, I have kind permission from one of the owners of the ICC to do this. Right. So let's see. Our lib list for the past games library. We do lib list World Team 13. So there's a past game library just archived in there. So should be starting soon to get some games to follow. Got my banana with me. So great. Whoops. Map. So it's been played in Antalya, Turkey. Armenia is led the strongest player, of course, in the tournament. No, we haven't started yet. There's no links yet to any games. I'm actually 2 hours earlier than on Saturday. Maybe it's better to come late, I'm not sure. It's more dramatic to get games in progress. So Armenia, though, speaking generally about the tournament, is led by Levon Aronian. So he's one of the strongest players in the world. Rank 2, I believe, under Magnus Carlsen. So Aronian's leading the Armenian team. And he beat Nakamura, actually, in their encounter. Oh, so game frame, you had a tournament yesterday, people that are under 20, and finished first with 9 out of 9. That's fantastic. So do you think do you think at all the live blitz games that I do have something to do with that, or you do a lot of other stuff for improving your game, I hope? How do you think your confidence was shaped for that? This is oh, we've got some live games to follow now. So, okay, Mamedov. No, this is not Mamedov 2647. It's not Mamedreov, he's over 2700. So we'll put that one up, and resize that. And we'll be able to switch to this one, and we'll be able to switch to... There's another Mamedov. How many Mamedovs are there? There's 2 Mamedovs. 2616. Is that a popular name? And there's another one here. Oh, this is going to get confusing. What do I say? Do we know the first names of these Mamedovs? So I can, instead of saying N Mamedov or R Mamedov, okay, Mamedov 1, Mamedov 3, on board 3. So Robson's playing Kisinov. Okay. So yeah. So we've got our windows here. And let's go to Nakamura game. I think it's probably of great interest at the moment. So let me get there. Close that one, maybe. A temporary console close. Temporary console close. New game board for analysis. I'll put the analysis here. I can't get. There's 2 Mamedovs and Nakamura's here. And the game hasn't started yet, so let's see what happened. How's the board windows here? Are they looking okay? Maybe a delay on the preview. Yes, I would say Nakamura is one of my favourite grandmasters in the world. For his style of play is, for me, very, very exciting. I don't know about you guys, but each to their own, style of play. But yeah, and he even plays things like the King's Engine sometimes. King's Engine defense. The King's Engine defense is not that popular anymore at the over 2700 level. You have endless Slavs and Grunfelds and Queen's Engines nowadays. Those are the top 3 openings at the highest levels, it seems. So the Slav defense, Queen's Engine. For some reason, people are going to the Nimza engine a little bit more recently, I detect. And this is on the Queenspawn openings, of course, I'm talking about. And Grunfelds, that's really quite popular. Funny, Fischer used the Grunfeld for his game of the century, and Grunfeld's very popular nowadays, so Fischer was ahead of his time in using the Grunfeld defence. We've got to move somewhere. Let's get rid of these temporary consoles here so I can just switch my windows easier. Kamsky has kicked off with e4 against GM Safari. It looks like Safari, it's Farley. So there's two Mamedovs. It'd be nice to know their first names, really. I don't know if anyone can look that up. Oh. And why is Mamedov a popular? Are they brothers or something? I don't know. They're over 2,600. These two players. Unless ICC's got the name wrong. No, it's the first names are different. No, I think the Albion countergamut is good for blitz as a surprise weapon. So Nakamura's played the Sicilian defence. So we have knight f3. Is someone going to go into... Oh, Sveshnikov? He's going to play Sveshnikov. That'd be so much fun if the Sveshnikov is played here. One of my old favourites in the Sicilian defence. So if d4 is played, let's get the names here so we get the names on this one. So Mamedov against Nakamura, just for clarity here. Okay, how are these others? So Robson is also going to be... How many Sveshnikovs could we get today? We could get 2 Sveshnikovs if this is right. Mamedov against Unchuk is a boring Roy Lopez. I'm not boring, but... So Kamsky is wow, we've got a fighting set of Sicilians. This could be a great day for following. I remember one USSR championship. They were ordered to, not have draws before move 30, and most of the games were the Sicilian defence. So if you want a battle fest, that's one way of doing it. You put those two kind of rules in. No draws before move 30, and everyone played in Sicilian defence, and we seem to have that today. Sicilian defence on a lot of boards except for this Onischuk game. I suspect Onischuk is a much more boring player than the others. I'm just kidding, sorry. I don't know anything really about Onischuk. We have a Sveshnikov. Wow. This is incredible luck. Wow. So bishop g5 is the most common. a6. Knight a3, of course. b5. And then here there's 2 moves. One or this one. Can't believe we've got Sveshnikov. I just cannot believe it. Unbelievable. Is Naka following the kingscrusher YouTube channel? I had a Sveshnikov game recently, as well as a more dedicated video, which unfortunately had some technical issues I haven't resolved yet, but it's going to be there. So knight d5 is the Karpov style. Bishop takes f6 is sharper, I think. I had a more comfortable game with knight d5 recently. I kind of liked actually knight d5. And so what's the others? Don't tell me we're going to have more than one Sveshnikov. So he's doing this. Unfortunately, this is the anti-Sveshnikov Robson's playing. Very, very popular move. Unfortunately. Yeah, but anyway, we've got the top, the most exciting player is playing one of my favourite openings, so that's quite a combination. So Nakamura playing Sveshnikov. So would it be bishop takes this is the crucial junction point here, if it's going to be bishop takes f6 or knight d5. How are the boards? Are the boards looking okay? I'm just going to check my preview. The boards seem okay to me. Is the board's okay? He's played bishop takes f6. So this can lead to very, very, very interesting dynamic possibilities. So the b4 is threatened, so the knight has to get out of the way now because b4 is threatened. Now here, okay, I think there was f5 or bishop g7. So bishop g7 was chosen. Great stuff. Delighted by this. So f5 is usually going to occur, or I've seen Kramnik games with bishop e6 without f5, just taking on d5, then knight e7 is another plan with f5 later. And that might actually be an element of safety there, just to take on d5 first for knight e7, because these lines are quite kind of dangerous potentially. So maybe bishop e6 here. Oh, f5 immediately. Takes. Bishop takes. So the knight's rerouting to e3 where it control that very important strategic square head d5. I suspect, I have a funny feeling with White's tempo of play, you know. Now I think White should play White's likely to play a4, should I say. a4 looks like a move. If we play knight e3 immediately here, I'm wondering about this position. Maybe black just castles and then later f5, f4. If we play a4 here, I wonder in this particular position if there's any issues with this. I wouldn't have thought so. Well, this is kind of... It looks fairly bog standard position for a4, but maybe just... You see, if we don't move the bishop's targeting these two pawns already. So a4 is sometimes played without moving the bishop, just to intensify that pressure on black's queenside structure. And if we have a move like rook b8 in response to this, we get this a file, and we've isolated the pawn here, which can be useful later, as I know from a recent over-the-board game. So I think a4 is a useful move. Just a2, a4. Unless there's something about this position which is special. You just play knight e3. Okay. Knight e7 immediately, not castling. Knight e7 immediately. I think there's some finesses going on here. So why knight e7 immediately? That's interesting. Alright, if... Well, bishop d3 is now ruled out. We can take on d5. And if bishop e2, let's keep an eye on d5. I think black can surely just castle. Now, let's examine this a4 again here without moving the bishop. Is this risky? I wonder, taking knight g6? Is that a possibility? Knight g6? I wouldn't have thought so. It doesn't look that thematic. But how is he going to play this Sveshnikov? So White's next move here is interesting theoretically. I think this sort of thing is too slow and irrelevant. It seems a nice idea to protect d5 like this, but Usually we want to hammer this pawn structure. So I think a4 or queen h5 is another interesting possibility. No, it just loses a piece really. Not really that interesting. Sometimes queen h5 happens, not here. So black's restricted a couple of options, restricted the queen and the bishop a little bit, putting this pressure on d5. White doesn't usually want to take here because then we get this kind of liberation potentially. Knight d5 here, queen b7. We don't want black to have too much pressure on d5, and this would be a disaster for black to play d5, just liberating everything. We want to keep black's pawn backward and blockaded. Usually these two pawns, we want to keep them blockaded. So I think a4 again might be, for me it looks likely to play a4 here, or I don't know about bishop e2. It looks as though that's slightly potentially inaccurate. We just castle and then f5 f4 is sometimes tasty. I think to test black here, I think a4 is the move. I don't the ratings. Actually, no, there was a thing on the info window. They had about the ratings. Oh no, I don't know offhand now. They were about 2,600, both of the Mamedovs, in this match. So let's see. That's how is the other Mamedov doing? So against Unischuk, apparently there's two Mamedovs. I don't know if they're brothers or something. That's just Roy Lopez territory. And how is Kamsky doing? So he's got a Sicilian, Najdorf, and White's got that classic grip on d5. He's just maintaining positional grip for a moment. There is a slight problem with the a4 plan. It weakens b3 a bit, and it's, maybe taking on b3. So keeping this a pawn here might be useful just to try and keep the queen side more solid. Black doesn't really care probably about b5, b4 that much if the bishop's already there. So I don't know, I think he's going to keep an eye on d5 here. Again, you've got a similar kind of strategy to restrain d5 in this variation of Sicilian. And this blockade kind of strategic control of central squares is very much emphasized by both games. We haven't had a4 yet here. What's going on in the Robson game? So we have an anti-Shvezhnikov or Rosalimo sort of system. Now this is sometimes very easy to play for White, just avoiding all the Sicilian stuff. So he's got the bishop here. Can Black use those knights? Can Black strengthen dark squares more, giving up that light square bishop? You would think Black's got this dark square campaign now. Maybe, fianchettoing the bishop is possible. Oh, thank you, Gabriel Blackmon. You're saying Naka is playing Rolf. His first name's Ralph. Should we call him Ralph? I'm not sure about Rolf. So Ralph Mamedov. And Honestchuk is playing Nidjat Mamedov. Thank you. Thank you. That's good to know. So what do you think the likely outcome today? Do you think USA is going to beat Azerbaijan? What do you think predictions for the match will be? Your predictions today. So where was that move just played? Is it the Robson game going crazy? E6 is not fin-chatting the bishop. Kamsky against... Whoa! Okay, what's happened here? So Queen E2, Rook C8. Right. Not moving the Queen's knight yet. Is that of any special significance, I wonder? The knight can either be deployed to D7 or C6. Maybe he's waiting for where White's next move here. If the rook just goes to D1, this one goes to D1, does that make any difference to Black's plan? Or maybe Black's just wanting a quick bishop C4, just supported by the Queen and Rook. A quick bishop C4 for quick pressure on E4 if White ever took that. So bishop C4 is on the cards here. If knight D5 we can take, and there's a problem for White there. Let's put this on the analysis board actually for a moment. So say White plays a routine move like this, attacking the Queen, then bishop takes D5 is a pain. We can't move. Can we? No, we're on B7. No, we can play this. Can we? No, we're winning that rook. I think basically, forget. Well, bishop D5 is not desirable. Is it? No, knight takes. Of course it is. Queen takes C2. There's rook C1. Almost. Giving up the Queen. There's bishop F8 after. This is too dangerous, isn't it? Queen takes, rook C1. That's pretty dangerous for C7 infiltration. Yeah, this kind of position doesn't look good, I think. Black White's controlling the C1 square, so this is annoying for Black. Just wondering about this quick rook C8. What does it mean? This quick rook C8 here. Knight D5 seems plausible if this doesn't work. Maybe just taking here, Knight D7. Something like that. Play for C4 later. Okay. This royal has Mammadov. So let's check. So this is Nidjat Mammadov playing White. Standard, bog standard Roy de Paz sort of thing. So White's in deep fort here. What does this mean? Does White know this theoretically, this position, or not? Why would White be spending a long time here? Cautiously. Intriguing. Does anyone see a problem with A4? If we played A4, do you think that's a disaster? If we play A4? Anyone think this is a disaster? It looks like thematic. to me at least. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Been some other moves. Knight BD7. Right, it looks like a fairly standard setup now, actually. If white tries to exploit the double pawns and knight G5, what happens here? Let's have a quick look at this question here, which we might ask. So bishop takes E6, takes knight G5. There's knight F8, I guess, at minimum. At minimum, just to defend E6. And then black can look forward to, well, controlling that D5 with that pawn is useful. And there's anything better. Oh, knight F8. We can play this, we'll just take that. Knight F8. So that's probably not likely, bishop E6. Black's going to play knight C5. Pressure on E4. White might actually just take on C5 anyway. Okay. Mr. Portraits of Past, I'm hoping for G4. I wonder if you're talking about this game. G4 looks out of place, to be honest. Potentially restricting F5 though. Can't totally roll it out. So we did play A4. Castles. Pawn sack. I don't think this pawn can be taken. Oh, hang on. Oh, with E7. Takes knight D5 first. Bit of a safety precaution. A takes. What takes? Bishop. This looks too dangerous. Yeah, we drop D5 anyway. Okay, so. Bishop E2. Forget this pawn from a. F5. The thing is with this, if we take and try and recharge, we've always got Queen B7 here. No, Queen B7 runs into Bishop F3, E4. I was just wondering also about Queen F7. If we want pressure on D5 like this. F5. What do you think about F5? Is that a terrible move? I propose F5 for black. What do you guys think about F5? So I'm just finishing it off. Bananas are nearly fresh, just finishing it off. Okay. Alright, so F5. Anything wrong with F5? What can we play here? Go material mad. We can play takes F4. Dangerous. That's danger for white. I think F5 is quite interesting. I don't know if white slightly misplayed this Sveshnikov. It might be good to reel out the Sveshnikov now and again when people have forgotten the variations. If white slightly misplayed this could be serious trouble. It looks as though black's better than the usual Sveshnikov at the moment. We've got this lovely dark square bishop waiting to be activated one day. Potentially on the diagonal. At the moment this c3 pawn's a bit of a problem. Every time we try and play for e4 there's always knight f4 to consider. But in general this looks okay as Sveshnikovs go. So Claudio is giving a variation with a takes, f4, knight takes e7.
Check.
If you do this, we've got two lovely options. I would have thought. Option 1. No, maybe this isn't so lovely. Queen b7. There's probably bishop f3. Unless queen takes b5 here. There's knight c7. And the queen takes b2. Oh, this is a bit crazy. No, unlikely. Looks amazingly unlikely. But in this position, we have queen f7 to put pressure on d5. Bishop f3. A takes. We win the exchange actually here with check.
Check.
And take here. I think there's a flaw in this variation, you know. We don't want to play f4. All f4 seems to do in this variation is make bishop f3 a lot more effective because there's never any e4 for black. Black doesn't have to play f4. I think what if black just plays a takes? What would you do? No, we just take on a8 here. Pardon me, we can't do this because of the e7 problem. No, black just plays takes first and then a takes. This is the thing we were checking earlier. I was checking earlier. So here, I think this is. I think it's interesting. We haven't castled yet, so G2 is a problem here. If Rook takes, knight C7, we've got Queen G2. I'll take here. He takes. Maybe F5 isn't needed, but if we examine this position for a moment, do you think Black's okay here, just keeping the pawns like this for a moment? Doesn't look like there's a major disaster. Any bishop F3 we reserve E4. That's the key thing about not playing F4, and we also extend the scope with the bishop potentially, and sometimes B4 at the right time is going to be extending the scope of the bishop a bit more. But also, playing E4 gives us a perk that bishop E5 is often played in Sveshnikov with kingside attacking intentions. Sorry, Claudia, can you be clear? So we've got this position here. Let's run through your variation. So we've got bishop E2. I think F5 might be plausible. Yeah, you think Black's okay on F5? I mean, F5 might be plausible. It can sometimes, as I mentioned, like it can sometimes be useful. Just the threat of F4, not necessarily playing F4, because we are giving up. We're loosening this diagonal, but just also E4 at some point. And there's another idea that if we ever play E4, we've got knight G6 maybe to E5. I've seen that sometimes in Sveshnikov games. This E5 square is sometimes very useful for Black if the pawn's like this on F5 and E4. I've got to watch out for the F4 square though. Back in a moment. Okay, so let's see what's happening on the other games. Bishop E7 there. To be honest, I want to ask something about this game. You see, I thought this way of avoiding opening theory is something normal club players would do against the Sveshnikov, and the reason for that is normal club players, they're not dedicating their whole life to learning Sicilian defence theory. And so would you really expect GMs who can research the theoretical lines to play this? But I guess it just does lead to a small gripping edge. So maybe even if it's not theoretical, it doesn't matter. So this is popular at all levels, this bishop b5. I mean, I was tempted to play it recently, but I went for the main line. I had an exciting game. But so Robson's edge here with the bishop pair. He has to slowly prepare his bishop pair. Anyway, let's go back to this. Okay. Actually, I might go and get my iPad. One moment. Does anyone go to Nando's here by any chance? I had an issue over the weekend. These hard avocados. I don't know if anyone's experienced that. Nando's otherwise is one of my favourite places, restaurants. Let's have a look at this. Oh, this looks as though black might be interested in d5 in the future. Slow positional battle there. Bit boring. So knight e1, where is this knight heading? Where is it heading? I want the knight d3. b4 to d5. Knight d3 or then f4 or something. Knight d3. Intriguing. Just f3 just gets out of the pin. Ah, Brody Wedge loves Nano. So I really think there's a simple solution with the avocado, right? If they just put the avocados next to bananas, it will soften them. Simple solution. Right, I've suggested it. What do you think? I know the new avocado thing. Anyway. So, deep thinking here from Nakamura. All the finesses of this position. Is f5 worth it? Or is he looking at something else? What if he just moved the knight? I think that's unlikely. I think black has to challenge the grip on d5. If he moves the knight, it's like not challenging this iron grip. That's too powerful, really. I think white can even think about winning the pawn. Blimey, really? Someone's saying... So, Claudio, you reckon you're saying f5 is a lost game? Really? Wow. Okay, he's taken on d5. I'll check that out at some point. What about here? f5 here. Is that possible? Oh no, it's not. Oh, he's played e4. Wow. Forget f5, he's played e4. So he's just opening up this bishop. Maybe bishop e5 later. Also, queen g5 would hit d5 and g2. I think if white castles, bishop e5, very interesting possibilities, and we've got crude possibilities coming up just to create some weaknesses if nothing else. So this e4 doesn't mean bishop e5 is useful. Yeah, maybe this is much better than the f5. Coming to think about it, just bishop e5, forget f5 for a moment. Wow. It's a good theoretical reference. If Nakamura plays the Sveshnikov, these are definitely part of my theoretical references for playing the system as black. So he's showing that black doesn't have to play for f5. Just black plays e4, maybe bishop e5. So it's opening up this possibility of queen g5 as well, hitting d5. Imagine a knight coming back here protects g2. As everyone, I don't know, I've heard about some IE11. What do you think about Internet Explorer 11? Has anyone got that yet? Is it any good? Let's have a look at these other games. So, Queen E2 here, just played. Dull. So where's this knight going? B4? To D5? Knight B4 to D5. That'll be interesting. Maybe it just supports. He's got F3 as well. Okay, so Bishop e5 would seem to be an obvious opportunity that e4 creates. By the way, if you like this sort of live, it's just an experiment really for me to do this kind of live stuff on the YouTube channel, but please do like the video if you do like it. I might occasionally say that just to build up the likes. Okay, so we're at 4 likes at the moment. If you just like the video while we've got a free moment here, I'll think up some interesting things to say about all of these games. Just checking some information on the iPad for a moment. I've got 162 boards waiting my turn at chessworld.net, which is my own correspondence server right now. Maybe I could play 1 or 2. Oh, thank you guys, thank you. We're up to 14 likes. Wow, thanks very much. I think likes help promote the channel basically, because YouTube's like a social network, so you're drawing your own friends and followers to this, so that makes it potentially more interesting, more chat for everyone in the future as well. So I don't know, the official website has got a, I don't know if the official website's got a live stream. Does anyone know? I'm just following an ICC relay here today. I think there is an official website. I'm not sure if anyone's commenting on these games. It's the FIDE World Team Championship. Okay, so we've got variation. Claudio, you're saying 8 takes? That's interesting. Now black doesn't have to recapture necessarily. Let's assume we'll go with what you're saying. Takes, rook takes, and now knight c7. Yeah, because that pawn is blocking from g2. It's different from the other variation. I'm going to assume, is this terrible for black? Might not be. Would this be terrible for black? Might be. Queen b3 actually. These two weaknesses. Yeah. Got to be careful here. So let's say, okay, so A takes. All right. Now queen g5. We've got knight e3 to protect g2. Now what about this being a bit crazy? f5. Forget this pawn. I've seen a game of Murray Chandler many years back playing Sveshnikov. He didn't care about his queen side. What if we play like this? Is this terrible? So we've got the threat of f4 and taking on g2. I mean, it starts to get a bit scary for white. If white goes on to materialistic modes, I mean, white's going to be getting thumped potentially. What do you think, Claudio? queen g5. Is that crazy? And then knight e3, we play f5. What about that? Claudio Gonzalez says, if black replies AB with bishop takes d5. Okay, let's go back. So if AB, you're saying apparently the b5 is an everlasting weakness which will eventually fall, apparently. Alright, so I think AB is probably unlikely, actually. I mean, queen g5 is using the fact that this pawn has cleared a bit that 5th rank pressure for queen g5 to be more effective, hitting the knight. If the knight's dragged to e3, it really makes f5 more effective, really threatening f4. It's just the technicality, isn't it, that we're just losing d6. We can just protect that bishop. We get this position, and black's got interesting play. I think this is in the spirit of Sveshnikov. Black's trying to blast open the bishops and the rooks. So this is fun, I think. So you wouldn't play knight e3, but if you don't, you see we're hitting g2, we're hitting here. What do we do with white? We can't castle, we'll just lose that d5. Well, queen g2, we're hitting the rook. Alright, so there is live coverage, okay. Maybe this is a niche because we're following in particular the Nakamura game because I'm interested in Nakamura. I'm hoping we've got more detailed coverage of this game than other places, at the very least. So, okay, so what would we do here? Queen g5. This queen g5 is a threat. Surely. Oh, if you want to follow that through, okay. You were saying rook f1. It doesn't look right to have the king not castled. These rooks, I mean, it just doesn't look right to me. But maybe you've got a point with the queen side. Maybe rook c8. We might be threatening stuff on c3 later. Doesn't look right. I don't. Do you really trust this position for white? Really? I mean, okay, let's play a silly move. Rook takes c3. With the king in the centre, I mean, I think it's... Maybe computers like it. I don't know. Maybe, I suppose, taking on e6 is coming up. Take on e6. Maybe that's actually plausible. Queen b3. Okay. So he has played a takes b. So we'll see now if this queen g5. That'd be fun, wouldn't it, if queen g5's played? I wonder, queen g5. I can't see that many opportunities for black based on e4 here apart from queen g5. Do you guys think it's likely that queen g5 is going to be played here in this position? Should we do a predictor move? 50 points. If you, what do you think? Queen g5 or something else? AB doesn't look right. If we're going to be greedy, oh, he's played AB. He's played AB. Aha. Okay. Did we see there was a problem here or something? We can force this and play knight c7. Isn't this pleasant for white? This position is not that pleasant for black. Okay, let's follow this through with d5. We could give up b5 here. So if queen b5, we can just take that and play here, and that's fine. If bishop takes b5, maybe just queen c7, because then bishop e5. I don't know. Queen c. I don't know about this. So if white wants to force matters, there's rook takes a8 and knight c7 here. There's no queen g2 anymore because there's pawn on e4. If white, I mean, there's pressure on d5. What do? We play knight c7, queen c6. Looks logical. Can't see anything better than queen c6. We can take and then queen b3. So we're double attacking b5 and e6. What we have got is opposite colour bishops though, so maybe it doesn't matter to lose this pawn. We've got the opposite colour bishops. Yeah. Queen coming to a2 seems more accurate. Let's have a quick look at that then. Queen a2. That does stop queen b3s later. Aha. No, you got a point. Adam, don't know how you pronounce your first name. Gadam. Forget about queen c6. Queen coming to a2 seems more accurate. The radio show is tomorrow actually. I'm probably going to go over some Morphy games tomorrow. I thought that was a good series on Paul Morphy. I thought I might try and continue that. Now here I think you've got a point with b2 and this diagonal, just trying to chip away at these two. That's a very, very good point, actually. That queen a2 here, it looks like a great move. After bishop takes b5, we have rook b8. Yeah, rook b8. And again, we've got pressure turning up on B2. So maybe this is the real idea of fast E4. Would seem to be about this structure here, trying to undermine this structure, because the bishop's glaring down at this structure. That's very interesting. So we can just slip in Queen A2. That looks like a very key resource, actually. Whoa. Yeah. So if we play knight takes E6, takes D6. B4. We just want to chip away at this structure. Oh no, queen takes B4. There's a check. Oh yeah, B4. There's a check here. It's going to be annoying.
Check.
So like E3. And this is really annoying.
Check.
Oh, this takes her.
Check.
And checkmate. Sorry, I'm just being ridiculous.
Checkmate.
Black's already fine with pressure on the queen side. Let's get more of the game score in here before what's actually happened. Oops, pardon me. So, okay, a dramatic position here. It looks as though to take might be a mistake, as Smearin says on YouTube. Taking on A8 might give black piece activity, notably Queen A2 here. Or if taking here Rook B8, and it looks as though this structure is under scrutiny in this variation. This B2C3 structure is under great scrutiny. If white just leaves this situation, leaves the tension and castles, then what? Isn't this playable? Here, Queen G5, for example. What do we do about this knight? Smirnov, Exploding Pumpkin, his name is... Sorry, am I saying Smirnov wrong? Isn't it like the whiskey or something? Smirnov. So knight C7, what do we play here? I don't know what we play here. We're on here, okay. Tense position. What do we play here? Black's actually threatening bishop h3, yeah, to provoke g3. As well as, of course, the knight. The knight moves. Alright. That's protecting g2. This d6 is now attacked as well. Bishop e5. Rook takes a1 is strong enough. In this position, Smirnov, is it? Please, is it really? I think we have a Smirnov advert on TV in the UK. I'm pretty sure they say Smirnov. I'm imagining that. I'm pretty sure there's an advert for the drink Smirnov. Okay. Oh yeah, pardon me, it's just winning a piece. Good point. D5's hanging. You guys like hawks. D5's hanging here. Can't do this. Illegal move. Alert. We just dropped D5. It's a good point. That's a very good technical point made there. Unless this is an amazing piece sacrifice, but I can't see it. So, in other words now, black is compelling white to do something else, not castle. Blimey. What does white do? Is he under fierce pressure here? So if he takes knight c7, we got queen a2. Take here. Are we like content with this position? We can't really castle here. b2, then c3 will drop. Let's have a go. Take on d6. Then we lose this bishop next. This looks tricky. As white somehow misplayed this. Exploding pumpkin, but yeah, okay. Smirnov, okay, fine. The check on e7. What will it do? What will the check on e7 do? Well, you mean knight e7 check?
Check.
Moves the king away from the rook. And what, take on d6? Something? Take on d6. That's b4. Try and liberate the bishop. Got this structure under scrutiny again. Knight e7 check has got a point to it, it seems, of exposing d6. It's a double attack on the king and d6 basically. Knight e7 check.
Check.
We can win d6. Let's throw in the check here.
Check.
Queen d1. Not queen d1. b4. Rook d8 kills. Gadam. Rook d8 kills. Okay, let's see. Queen. Actually, where does the queen go without losing the knight? If we go here, then actually rook d7. There's a check here.
Check.
Hang on. Check.
Check.
e3 on g2. Oh, queen a1 killed. Oh, blimey, really? Yeah, queen a1.
Check.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. That's end of game. We can't take this pawn then, so we play rook d8. And there's a weakness of the last move, the whole d file. d1 is lost.
Check.
Okay. Alright, we've got to move anyway. So rook takes a8. Alright, queen takes a8. I think we can safely predict. So what happens with this knight? We can move to f4 or e3 maybe. Let's try f4. What does it matter if we're going to move it to c7? What do we do with this knight? Let's move it to where do we want to move the knight, everyone? Knight c7, f4, e3. Actually, b4 is another legal move. Knight b4 would stop queen a2. Actually, the knight does stop, and that's the subject of a video recently on the channel about an early knight b4. Remember that video title recently, knight b4? So it actually controls a2 here. It blocks the pawn for a moment. That knight b4 seems to fit this position quite well to stop the queen a2 stuff. Knight b4, restrain blockade. Knight b4 restrains b2. It actually reduces counterplay with queen a2. Yeah, knight b4. If I was white, I think I like this best. What do you guys think? Knight b4 looks like the best positional move in the circumstance. Mind you, d5. Hang on a sec. d5. If we castle, d4 isn't the problem. We just take it. Oh, rook d8. This bishop's going to be great though. It's opposite coloured bishops. Does it matter? And we get a kind of position where black's a little bit better, maybe. opposite colour bishops. Right, if knight b4 isn't played, okay, let's go back to this. So knight c7, I think there's queen a2 as previously discussed. And right, he's gone to b4. He's actually gone to b4. Rook takes, queen takes, knight, b4. Sorry, against my philosophy, exploding. Did you see my Sveshnikov game recently? I played an early knight b4. I had a very good grip on d5 and e4. I think you're confusing my blitz games or something with my longer games. I can adjust my style to longer games. I hope you're not talking about my chess philosophy. I think it will be a good grip. I kind of like reducing counterplay in longer games, especially. The way, you know, to play blitz, you know, you don't have to, you know, you can have a lot of fun playing blitz. It's not necessarily a reflection of my overall game philosophy. So knight b4 here looks like I don't know, d5. Okay, so d5 for d4. Just get rid of this backward pawn. So d4. No, I just play the style which is rewarded by the game context, basically. You know, if the grandmasters were playing, you know, 5-minute chess without increments, I'm pretty sure a lot of them would switch their openings dramatically as well. But in these long games, you know, you have very, very solid openings, and I think it's ridiculous, no, really ridiculous, to try and copy that stuff for blitz games. It's taking style out of context. It's just my view. If you want my full view about style, okay, style is in context. I mean, this is actually some ideas this year. My latest ideas about style. You know, you try and look at your, you know, the time limit, the game context you're in, and see, you know, what is the stylistic rewards, and you know, adjust your style accordingly. But okay, here I think we're trying to break out this bishop on this diagonal. So I think d5, and we'll play for d4. No, it's something I have to get to grips with. In recent years, I have been playing long games sometimes, like their blitz games. It's a really hard thing to get, you know, round to kind of adjust style. If you can do it, then, you know, I think you should be able to be successful in different game contexts. I mean, ideally, I want to be, you know, a good 5-minute player, good rapid player, good long game player, good in leagues with the Germans. So I think, you know, this is something, you know, sometimes I really do get it wrong and play long games like blitz games. Sometimes I get away with it. Please analyze e3, chaps. So So knight b4, e3. Oh, yes, e3 is a good point. Yeah. So if bishop f3, we can take on f2.
Check.
I assume this is not very pleasant to have the king exposed on this diagonal. In fact, this kind of is very unpleasant indeed. So just being silly to allow e takes, I assume. If we do this, now what? Bishop h6. Who's got bishop f3 now? Let's say bishop h6.
Check.
Let's hold back with pawn. This looks okay, this structure. For a moment, bishop f3. No, I think something's wrong with this. I think white's got a big grip on the position again here. And no, I don't think I like that e3. I don't know about what you guys think. e3, I think castling. What we've done is fragment. We've given ourselves another, isolated pawn without any chance of helping its friend here. The problem with asking computers all the time is you get this kind of black box of best moves from both sides, and it's very hard sometimes to unravel all of that. To understand what on earth it's all about. Sometimes the best moves from both sides could be based on millions of positions being viewed. But anyway, it looks as though castles is a sensible move here, and structurally it looks a bit of a wreck here because we've also got bishop f3 coming up. We've weakened this diagonal while playing that committal move. If white can increase the grip on these two central squares, oh, queen a7, okay. Technical point, queen a7. Does that change the whole picture? Oh, I still think, couldn't we just take here?
Check.
Bishop f3 still. Well, bishop f3 to follow. Yeah, I guess the move, yeah. Alright, let's go back then. I don't think, to be honest, I would be a bit surprised with e3. I think I'm going to stick with my move, d5. I'm not checking with any engines or anything. But what do you think? d5 is my prediction. What is your prediction here? d5, e3 or something else? I think d5 is celebrating the knight's come off there. It looks logical from a human point of view, surely, to aim for d4. If you have rook getting d4 strategically, you're liberating the bishop on this diagonal by getting rid of this doorstop here. You want to blast open this bishop on the diagonal. I'll go with d5. Probably wrong, I don't know. d5 looks reasonable. This bishop takes b5, and bishop takes b5 here. d4. Starts to get a bit shaky, these pieces. Five. Nick, so you've got an idea for a future live stream show for me, Paul and Alex to be slaughtered by Houdini. Yeah, so that's like rated 3,200. yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, thanks. Do you want us to get completely drunk first before we play that as well? So we're even more tactically at odds. Is anyone playing in the London Chess Classic? I was tempted. I haven't entered yet, so I'm on the late fee period now. Is anyone playing in the London Chess Classic FIDE Open? I wonder what the entries are. It's starting this Saturday in London. It's the big chess festival. I might try and go down for, I don't know, the Rapid Play or something. LondonChessClassic.com. If you want to check out London Chess Classic. The Masters event is not long games, it's a rapid play for the Masters. But there's a FIDE Open if you want to play in the FIDE Open or some other events. There's quite a few GMs over 2,600 in the FIDE Open, including Hammer, who's Carlsen's second. He destroyed everyone last time he played in the Classic FIDE Open. So John Ludwig Hammer is playing in the Classic FIDE Open. I was hoping if he was coming to London, he'd come with his friend Magnus Carlsen. But apparently Magnus is, I don't know, doing something else. Celebrating somewhere? I don't know. So 173 players have officially entered the FIDE Open. Yeah, I'm mated Dogs We, I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, sorry. Is there going to be a live stream for the London tournament? I think there is an official one for the 30-minute. I think it's going to be so quick, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything meaningful for the 30-minute stuff across so many games. I was going to ask some sort of permission if I could do something here as well as the official one. You're saying Mated Dogs Week says that is a funny name, isn't it? Nickname. Magnus says he was going to take a break and comes back in February. Dana still Queen A4. Oh, Queen A4. Ah, that's interesting. White could ignore that, you know. White could just ignore that. Oh, Bishop B3 and Queen D6. I'm just thinking if White took that, then we've got A3 coming up for this C3 to be a bit weaker. English refugee Malcolm Payne said he was told Magnus needed a rest, so he invited Jonathan Ralston instead. I wonder if I'm going to message. I'm going to try and message Malcolm Payne about if I can do a live stream. Because I think the first few days are critical when they're all. Because it's a knockout structure for that 30-minute. Okay. Is Anand playing in London? I think he might be, yeah. He did say in his interviews he was coming to London. I think I did see his name for the 30-minute chess. So that starts on Saturday. I think it's with, it might be with increment actually. It's not without increment, I think. No, he's definitely playing. Sorry, there's actually bids to play alongside Anand, and I think it's over £1,500. Someone's bidded to play alongside Vichy in one of the fun games. There's bids for all the players to play alongside them as well. I was tempted with the idea, the concept of bidding, but it's quite a lot of money to play with Vichy at the moment, and it's probably just going to go up higher and higher. So they would play one move and you would play one move on their team in a spectator, in an exhibition match rather. I think Exploding Pumpkin, I think it doesn't matter. I really don't think it's such a big deal for Vichy. He's had the World Championship 5 times. If you look at past world champions, how many have had it more than once? Very few have had it more than once. He's been world champion 5 times. He says in an interview he can rebalance the rest of his life now. He can be more time with his family. He's got other interests like astronomy that I do know about. I don't think he's really that bothered now. He's going to get over the pain and have some fun in London with the 30-minute chess. If there was anyone you were going to lose to, Magnus is probably a great one to lose to. The highest rated FIDE player there is, ever has been. You know, great person to lose to if you're going to not be world champion anymore. I think, let's go back to this. I think d5 is my favourite. I'm just going to put this favourite move up. It's a rapid play. London Chess Classic is actually a rapid play for the top event, but if you want to play long games you can in the FIDE Open. And Nick Gattrell, so would you think Capablanca's and Anakine's ratings might have been at their peak? No idea. There's constant discussion, isn't it? Have these discussions in the car going to away matches with Alex and others. Constant discussion about it. I can't seem to use the iPad to message someone on Facebook at the moment. I don't know if Facebook's, I don't know, I need a new iPad operating system or something. Bishop c4 to repair the pawn structure. You're kind of weakening the light squares even more. I think you can take and just have a lovely position. Yeah, with Queen d5 to follow. And this knight should be better than the bishop, I would hope. Was that a dynamic view of the position? There's rook b8 on this. Just wondering about this sort of thing. Let's play this. Bishop c4. I don't think so. I don't like it. Anyway, I think just d5. Hello, Jan Philip. So yeah, bishop c4. You're saying as well. So what is this with bishop c4? All of a sudden, it's become contagious. This idea of bishop c. We're weakening the light squares. Surely we just take, and this surely is good for white. I would have thought. So bishop c4 from Cutlery. I still think d5 looks good. Feel free to like the video. We're up to 24 likes on this amazingly interesting live commentary. 75 watching, so 24 likes at the moment. Feel free to like it. Let's have a look at some other games. Well, for a moment, what's going on here? Robson against Gusev, Gusenov went like this. F4. So Robson's playing quite aggressively with F4. Honestly, I don't see the point of F4 particularly. If ever F5, you know, this E5 square is going to be a pain, and the dark squares generally. In fact, already Black's got bishop H4 here if he wants to be annoying, attacking the rook. What is this F4 business? Let's just copy this game for a moment. What's the matter with bishop H4 to be annoying? Does this look pleasant for white? Maybe that's just harmless. We can evict that bishop. We could throw in this and then, I don't know, just be annoying and move it back if we want to draw, I suppose. Some. Okay, so F4. Intriguing. Right. Kamsky. So what's happening here? On game. Kamsky game. Right, he's committed to F4, F5. Right. F4, F5. So classic recipe would be Black playing for D5 at some point. And again, trying to get these dark squares under control. But I don't know, B5? Try and play for B4 and then later liberate. Now this guy's playing for something like knight G4. Alright, let's go back to the Naka game. Nick Gashrell, am I still doing the Evolution of Style series? Yeah, I got stuck on Nottingham 1936. I had this sense of duty I should carry on the rounds at some point. I think I was a bit bored by it and I stopped. Probably need to carry on at some point. Do a wrap up for Nottingham 1936 or something. Just pick the most interesting games to go on to something else there in that series. So that was, I think, the most important tournament before the war. Yeah. Deep Fritz versus Kramnik goes quite far in the future. I was going to go sequentially, historically, in order. That was the first man-machine match. So you're generally to look at that first man-machine match, the Kramnik against Deep Fritz, yeah, 2006. Was that the first man-machine match? Surely Kasparov played Deeper Blue much earlier than that. Deep Blue much earlier than that. I think if E3, I think it was established we might just castle. I didn't see this was a big problem for white. Black's just split up the pawn structure a little bit more. And this diagonal can backfire with bishop f3. I think that e4 is stopping bishop f3. This pawn is actually, you know, preventing bishop f3. So we're releasing that sort of pressure if we did that. I think that's why I think my favourite is still d5. Let's have a quick venture around the tournament hall. Have a look at something else for a moment. Let's see. Ivanchuk. What happens in the Ivanchuk game? So Ukraine are leading the tournament at the moment. Ivanchuk's their board 1. He's playing a King's Indian. This is instructive. A6. Wow. I need stuff against this Fianchetto King's Indian. I need some ideas, new ideas. Shall we have a quick look at this theoretically? So Ivanchuk plays the King's Indian with black. So knight d7 and here a6 and a5 now. And he's provoked a4, b4 square, b6. Interesting. And what else is going on around here? What about the Iranian Kramnik? Quite look at Kramnik as well. I'll forget Kramnik. Let's go back. Okay, I want to quickly check Iranian. What has he played? Oh, he's played that sort of Dutch stone wall sort of setup. interesting stuff. Yeah, Giri's playing Ivanchuk. Does anyone want to quickly see that game again? More briefly, the King's Engine defense, the Fianchetto variation. If there's any interest, we can have a quick look at that again. Should we have a quick check of that again? Okay. So Giri against Ivanchuk. It just, yeah, looks as though White's got an edge at the moment, of course. It looks as though knight d5 might be a nuisance at some point. Okay, go back here. Have a look at the preview of this. So Robson's, oh right, played e5 as well. d5 from Honestchuk. I think this looked good for black. That d5 looks like it's quite tasty for black, surely, because d4 is nice. If taking, we expose d3. d5 has been played. 50 points for me and others that said d5. d5 has been played. I think white castles here. If bishop takes, I think sorry, I think d4 is interesting then, or is there something else? d4. Just to break the structure, breaks the structure, extends the scope of the bishop. Seems positionally that would be a good idea, just extending the scope of pieces there. Just to play d4. So white casting and d4. What do you think about this position? I think it's too dangerous to take on b5. We just play d4 again. Okay, white has castled. d4. I think it's too slow to play f5. I think it's a bit too slow. Probably we could just it's a long time, it's a long way away to take here. I'm threatening bishop c6. And makes actually d4 less effective because we can sometimes play bishop d5. Queen moves. Bishop d5. See? I think d4 looks. Oh! Wow! Queen a7. Wow. Queen a7 does seem to make d4 more effective without losing the pawn, just emphasising the diagonal on f2. Wow, of course. Now that it's been played, the logic looks quite convincing. Knight takes rook d8. Now if knight f6 check, we're protecting that rook. That tactic doesn't work. We're protecting that rook with the bishop. So in fact rook d8 just seems to win material, I think. So yes, d4 with a vengeance here. There's Jacob Muzik Mamedov is currently playing a symbol against Onistruk and Nakamura. No, this just happens to be, believe it or not, I don't know how this happened. There's two Mamedovs. I've forgotten their first names. There's two different Mamedovs, believe it or not, both above 2600. I think one of them is Ralph and the other one's something else. I've forgotten. Sorry, bad with names. Nijat or something. Nijat. Or, yeah. This I think this is the Ralph one. So knight c2 to protect the d pawn. Okay, we'll play knight c2 here. Knight c2 and get blockade. Queen a2 though, and we're on b2. What do we do about this? We can reinforce that queen maybe. Mind you, bishop takes b5 here. Take always rook b8 and then bishop takes c3. Oh, knight a3 here. Knight a3. Bishop here, bishop takes c3. Knight c2. Intriguing. Queen b1 seems for you're saying queen b1 seems forced. Why is e4? So is the idea that d4 we can just take on e4? That's a good point. Queen b1 puts a break on d4, it seems. Stops a2 again as well. The knight might move. blimey, there's a lot of ideas here. Or maybe not that many that are valid for white. So we've got an idea of knight c2, which doesn't seem to lose immediately, and there's queen b1, which also they're both directed, it seems, against d4, but the knight seems quite useful on b4. Why would we want to, in principle, retract it without good reason? I think queen b1, to keep that knight eyeing these squares aggressively, rather than having the knight too passive. It's controlling a2 as well, so I think the queen's putting a break on d4. One moment, I'm just going to be back in a moment. Okay. What's happened? Have I missed an action-packed series of moves? So I've only got tea. I'm drinking tea a bit more recently. Oh, there's other games which... what's happening on the other games? Robson against Kusinov, whatever. You see, look, this bishop h4 is annoying. It's moved the rook to d1. Does the rook want to be on d1? Is black getting a good French defence here? If we just have a look at this game, I think black's got a nice French defence position. I'm not convinced with this as white. It looks like too active for black, for my liking. If it takes... Isn't black just too active? You can even think about an exchange sack. Maybe moves the bishop back. It's just a good French defence. d4. What is this bishop doing in this structure? You know, maybe we can even use the c4 square as black. Come down to c4. Or a4. I'm not sure about that Robson game. Queen d2 is being played on the Nakamura. Okay. Queen d2. Okay, Queen d2. Intriguing. Queen d2. So d4, knight c6. This is the Blitzen ICC interface. There's Blitzen and Dasher named after reindeers. I'm using Blitzen, it's my favourite. They did upgrade it with the pieces to be... I'm hoping I'm using the... I'm pretty sure I'm using the high-res pieces. Let's quickly check this. Smooth. Those are the high-res pieces, I think. On Blitzen. d4 has been played. So if CD has been played, okay, CD. Alright, so if bishop takes d4, we can win a piece. Nice fork. If rook d8, we can have a nice fork. So if queen d4, more likely, we're on b2. Why does white want this position out of interest? I suppose you can just take. You just take here. We've always got knight c6. That'd be a draw, that position, wouldn't it? Pawn structure looks a wreck. We've got g3 and king g2 next. So maybe just taking here is good. Bishop takes b2, and a bit drawish, is it? Or black got the advantage of the bishop here. Drawish, knight c6. Or square. And if we play rook e1, that's e4 later. Looks a bit as though it could be a draw. I think Knack is going to be held to a draw today. That's my prediction at the moment, based on this position. He had some juicy positions with white to try and get wins out of, but I'm not sure about this one. T. What about pawn to g4, Mr. Deji Great? I'm not sure pawn g4 does anything. Black's going to just take care. For rook b8 here, we've got knight c6 attacking these guys. Oh, we've got bishop f2.
Check.
Check first. This is knight d4 again. Looks drawish. Yeah. Rook takes here, knight takes. We don't want this particularly. This looks grim for black. Grim. So let's see. What does white play here? Oh! Knight c2. Wow. Takes. Now you can just freely take here to keep material. Alright, it's going to have knight e3 potentially. Now, let me see. F5 is still playable in this position. It's just g3, we can just fix this. F5 is potentially vulnerable. What does black want to do here? I think it's just a draw, to be honest. I mean, I don't know if black can play. Does anyone think black can play for a win here? In this position after bishop takes b5. Is black playing for a win or a draw now? Quite a lot of simplification. He's got the bishop here. I don't think that means that much. Because e3 is a good blockade square. Can he really grind something out of that? Can black grind something out of this? I'm not really sure. Rook c8 was played. So knight e4. Actually, there is bishop d4 though. That concerns me, to try and damage white's pawn structure. And if rook here, I think we can just take anyway. We've got this back row business
Check.
going on. So bishop d4 looks tasty in the circumstance, initially anyway, to just damage white's pawn structure, to just give up that bishop and have a pawn on e3. Because you could imagine then the rook coming later to attack the pawn. I don't think it's that big a deal though, but bishop d4 looks as though the bishop should be there. I mean, also f5, f4, and then e3. If the bishop's on this diagonal, black wants to do this. I think black's bishop d4. Okay, come on, let's bishop d4. Is that a big deal? Okay, say g3. Right, that sort of stops this business. If we ever take here, is that a big deal? Just king f2 or rook e1? Big deal? Not really. E4's a like weakness. I fear for Robson's game, to be honest. If we go back to Robson's game from a US perspective, I fear for Robson. I thought, what is he doing? Oh, he's threatening to win the bishop. Let's have a look at. Oh yeah, feel free to like the video if you like the video so far. Right. So let's copy this onto the analysis board. So white is threatening knight f3. This has got more tension and drama now. He's giving up f4 here. You can take
check.
d7. Knight f3. Oh, hang on, we've got c6. I'll take on c6 here. No, we don't want to take on f4 necessarily. Some crazy tactic with knight e5 here.
Check.
No. Surely not. h5? What about h5? Can black not just play h5? Queen takes. Doesn't that look good for black? To play h5 out of interest. Guys, what's wrong with h5 here for black? Is that a good move if we want to take on f4? Oh, maybe it's not such a big deal actually. There's knight f3. There's queen g3. No, we just lose that bishop. Yeah. Let's try and make this work for black for some reason. It looks as though black's got an interesting position. This bishop's a bit of a problem. And actually g3. Is Robson got something here? g3 is a threat, potentially. Well, knight f3 without creating any weaknesses. What does black do about this bishop? Queen h6? Is that the idea? We've got f5. Let me just take Queen h6. Alright, let's go back to the neck of the game. g3 was played. Sometimes the simpler positions are more fun to look at. Anyway, so g3 was played. But I can't see the big deal here. If black's got anything, I don't know. Can he really outplay his opponent to win this? Where's the bishop going then? The concrete question is asked to the bishop. Does it have to go somewhere? We can go to e8. We can go to e8 and go like this. Just to get out of the way, if we went to e2, there's rook c2, might be annoying. If rook e1, there's bishop c3. Bit of a pain. Why don't we just stick the bishop on e8? Is that a problem? Oh, he's gone to e2. Oh, he just puts the bishop over here. Just plays bishop. We're just back to b5 or a6 even. Just maybe there's pressure here. Can we do something like that? Bishop d4. Oh, I don't get it. Actually, there's knight g2. Try and come to f4 potentially. Although we don't want e3 ever to happen. Oh, sorry, the knight's covering c2 anyway. Yeah, it's no big deal. So bishop. Right, so king f7's being played. I think I need more tea. Okay, more tea time. Tea time. Let's copy the game again, just to get back.
Check.
So, played this check. Yes. c2 is protected by the knight. It's good point, really. Right, it's becoming dry now. Surely, black's bishop pair. I don't see it as winning for any side now. White could slip in bishop c4 here because of that intermediate check.
Check.
And this, I don't know, this could be losing for white, I suppose, this ending. This could be a Zugzwang ending, or he's got to be careful. Now white just plays just king g2 or something. King f1, king g2. Mir has a nice position against Iranian. Let's have a quick look. Shall we? Mir's a nice position against Iranian. Now that we've built up intrigue. Iranian's playing a bit crazy in his chess recently with this Dutch defence. And so is Ivanchuk playing these Dutch defence structures. I don't know what's the matter with them. Are they seeing that as a way of winning? That's the sort of stuff I was playing in like Blitz. They're playing in long games. I'll show you what I mean. He starts with a Slav defense, so it looks like solid and respectable stuff. And it turns into like schizophrenic, like Dutch defense transposition against this stuff. I suppose he's getting an improved Dutch defense Stonewall, which you wouldn't expect someone like Aronian to ever play, creating chronic dark square weaknesses. But in this setup, it's kind of passive for white, so it's more difficult to arrange the exchange of bishops. And Naka, I mean, this is borrowed from Nakamura. He's been playing knight h6 in this sort of position. He's borrowing from Nakamura. So Aronian's playing like Nakamura here with the black pieces. I think because it's a team event, they want to win more for the team, and they need to, that Aronian's team needs to catch up. The Ukrainian team. So, e4 was hitting h6, fairly obvious idea. And now there's pawn sack. There's bishop d4 is now threatened. And there's bishop g4, bishop d4 is bishop c3. I can take and then d4.
Check.
So that's quite complicated. I don't know. Looks a bit tactical. White's actually played f takes. So has Aronian got too many weaknesses around his king? This looks pretty dangerous, this bishop c4, well, bishop d4, bishop c3. This pawn's pretty dangerous. It looks as though actually the clocks have stopped here. No, the clocks haven't stopped there. It looks as though white's doing well here. Black's king safety looks suspect. Okay. Okay, we've got activity here. Bishop takes c1. So if a safe move for white is, I think you can just move this knight out of the way, or knight c4. Just knight c4. This king can't really come into the position that easy with a knight on c4, and we don't really want opposite colour bishops if we were playing for a win. I think it's pretty drawish, isn't it, this position? Is it going to be a draw? Has it already finished? No, the clocks are still going on Mamedov's game. Oh, bishop f1. I wonder what the idea. I think it's pretty drawish, whatever. But you know, taking on e3 has got perks to it because we can get the king round like this. Of course, this white king stops that. Don't really think that's a big deal. It's gonna be a draw, surely. Come on, we're all voting this is a draw, surely. No? Kramnik is going for a win, as Krishna Kav indicates. There's a Kramnik game. Kramnik. Oh, we've had a move here. King f6. Bishop h3. King f6, bishop h3. He can't really win this, can he? No way. Alright, Kramnik. What's happening on the Kramnik game? Egypt against China, no. Russia. Blocked out the king side. It's all pretty blocked, isn't it? What? Oh, it's a long way from. Blimey, that's a really locked in position. Locked position. Pawn structure. Locked pawn structure. We've got bishop a3 here. G4. We've got check here.
Check.
This is a way to lose with white, I guess. That's if one wants to lose with white, we could try the G4. No need for G4. I'm getting the king active. Just to E2 might be an idea. And we consider then F3 and then break black's pawn structure a bit more to get an isolated pawn here, an isolated pawn here. Draw. Bishop c5. So king f1 was played. Bishop c5. Does king e2 draw? I think the Kramnik game's going to go on for ages if he really is trying to win from that position. The Iranian game, I think Iranian's on his way out today. I think Iranian's in trouble intuitively. No, I haven't checked with an engine or anything. I just think Iranian's in trouble if we have a quick look at his game again. And that could be quite important. Oh, okay, we've got a move here. King e2. King g2. King g2. Okay, king g2. I think I'd be tempted just to take on e3, just to damage white's pawn structure, because this pawn could be theoretically a target if the king was able to, which it probably can't do very easily, come here. That would be ideal. But we just played bishop f1, control that c4 square. What do we do with this dark square bishop here? What do we do? Oh, an f4 tactic, potentially. We just take, not a big deal. I think there was a point that if the king had gone over here, f4 hits the bishop, and if bishop takes, then we throw in the check.
Check.
And that would have been still drawn or not. He takes here. No. Anyway, so king g2. So something on the US team, maybe something. Hey, I mentioned, didn't I say h5? I get 50 points for this, surely. I mentioned h5, but then I thought it wasn't that good after. So I did mention that. You heard it here first about h5. But what is the idea? It's something clever. Maybe bishop f2 is the idea. Let's have a quick look. This is quite dramatic. So if queen takes, the idea cannot be queen takes f4 because knight f3, and we've got a double attack. Surely that's not the idea. So what is the idea? In this position, if we had this position with black, what would we play here? You know, what about just bishop g3? And we just try and get rid of white's dark square bishop. So we keep control of g5 here. And we try and get knight e5 in later. I think this is uncomfortable for white, for example. We've got this rook, the rooks are coming in. I favour black here. This bishop looks silly. The rooks look faster to get on the f-file. What do you guys think about this position? Do you think Robson's going to lose? Predictions. Do you think Robson's going to lose this position? I wasn't that enamoured by the earlier position, but now it looks as though, you know, this looks strong for black, doesn't it? I'll give you a few seconds for this. Bishop f2 check.
Check.
To check this out. What does it actually do?
Check.
Check?
Check.
I don't think we've got anything. I can't see a combination or anything. I think just positionally, the idea might be just bishop g3, you know. We just get rid of this dark square bishop, and then we've got this f-file. I think this is tasty for black. Robson looks passive here. There's a knight g5. Wait a sec. we can play knight g5 if we want that bishop. Is that a big deal? We've got the bishop pair. d4 shuts this one in. I don't know. Is that a concern? Because I know white's going to sort of thin chatto the bishop over here, and that might be okay. Or is there too much pressure? There's pressure all over the shop. But this f file, does it mean something? 2 knights versus 2 bishops. And if Robson doesn't take, I mean, it's a nasty forcing move. If he doesn't take, then, well, doesn't he just lose f4? Because he needs the f3 square for the knight. And it takes, and knight f3 here. f4. Bishop g3 was played. Wow, I get another 50 points. 50 points there, 50 points there. Cool. So knight f3. This could be an interesting scenario of the 2 bishops versus the 2 knights. I mean, I think there's not too many moves here for white. Is there? White has to play knight f3, surely. White has to play knight g. I don't know what else to play here with white apart from knight g5. Doesn't white have to play knight f3 here? These pieces, I mean, this one looks passive. It was d4. d4, I'll play bishop d3. Aha. d4 for bishop d3 is interesting, huh? Queen h6. Alright, so what's happening in Nakamura game? Bishop d7 is played. Oh, get the bishop to f3. Is he really going to carve a win out of this? No, he's got to keep f5 supported. Might take the f4 bishop first. King f1. I mean, it's pointless, this, isn't it? Isn't it?
Check.
We've got to go back for f5. And this is some sort of mating there or something. some sort of craziness.
Check.
Check here. Drawing the king over here. Check. Don't think so. Got to babysit f5. Okay, let's go back to the Robson game for a moment. I was on the move here. Nope. Okay. What does white do here? I think knight f3 looks... I'll play d4. We've got d4 to consider for bishop d3. Bishop d3. No, we can't do this. Forget d4. Knight f3. I'll take. Well, black's doing great. He's kind of got a more central pawn, the f4 pawn, for his flank pawn. I know he's damaged his king safety a bit, but I think, yeah, black looks like to have a nice juicy French defense type position. Black has just played h6. Nothing too exciting. What's Kamsky getting on? What's going on here? There's classic pressure on e4. A lot of pressure on e4. Oh no. Is this good for white? Oh, I think Kamsky's in trouble, you know. Sorry to be bleak, but I don't know. I think Kamsky's in trouble as well. What's going on here? It looks as though black's got a great position. I'm just being a bit negative or something, but it looks as though why isn't black doing well here? Is there some sort of attack on his king? And queen takes d5. Things like knight f4. He hasn't played that. He just played b takes. Okay, Gabrielle Blackman. Sorry, we'll go back and let's have a look at your question again. So you're saying, okay, before moving the knight to g5, okay, okay, can white take the bishop first? Yeah, then knight g5. And we've got knight f6, taking the queen and defending h7. Oh. And if queen g6, we've got knight e5 or e7. It's pretty grim. I mean, that's over. Black's won that, if he does that. Yeah, I think knight f6 is winning. Yeah, because we've got this hanging knight. Yeah, do you agree with that? I'll just give it a few seconds for you to agree with that or not. Knight f6 looks as though it's winning. Hits the queen, protects h7. This Azerbaijan team is not bad. I'm going to check their FIDE ratings. Just that interest again. I better mention them before. Let's check their FIDE ratings. What's going on here? So Gusenev, what is his FIDE rating? Azerbaijan. So he's the 6th ranked, highest ranked player in Azerbaijan. That's where Kasparov was from, wasn't it? Azerbaijan. Is it Gadir Gusenov? Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's not too many of them. He's 2614. 2614. Mamedov isn't playing for them today. Rajabov's not playing. We've got Ralph Mamedov, who's 2656. We've got the Nidjat Mamedov, 2616. So the rank 3 and 5 are the Mamedovs. So this Gusenov is 2614, ranked 6th in Azerbaijan. Oh, checking the FIDE site. Right, so yeah, so I don't know. I think I don't like White's play at all, really, in this game. Sorry to be, I don't know, just stating what I think. I don't know, because it looks like a souped up French defence. Okay, White's got the bishop pair, but Black's got this juicy f file, and this bishop on f1 looks rubbish at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, and creating all these dark square weaknesses it's just asking for trouble, surely. I think he's had it. I can't think of anything decent for White here. Would you, let's check the Naka game again then, see if there's anything on there. Oh, Naka's being held to a draw, I think, today. So this Mamedov, if it's the higher rated Ralph Mamedov, he's 2656. So he's played like this mainline Sicilian Sveshnikov instead of the anti-Sveshnikov which Robson played, and he just got a comfortable. I mean, he's getting a comfortable draw out of it. So how I think so Kamsky's playing their rank 4, who's 2643, born 1992, a very young 2643, born 1992. Eltaj Safari, born 1992. He's the youngest of them in the top 10. No, actually, there's another 1992 guy who's not playing today. Diribaye, he's 2559. And they've got other young ones. They've got a 1991 one, Razilov. They've got quite a few youngsters, haven't they? So 1992, born 1992, he's 2643, and he seems to have an interesting position. There's this tactic, which I don't know if it's useful, knight f4 for this pin. I don't know. Black looks to be doing well here. This looks bleak. Oh, sorry to be bleak about it, but I don't like Robson's position. I was really honest about this. Oh, he's played d4. Okay. I mean, yeah, it looks as though, bishop d3 at least does something with the bishop. But let's just go with queen h6. What's white's idea here? I mean, seriously, he's just lost this centre pawn. I don't know. That can't be the idea, surely. What is the idea? Knight f3? Oh, knight f3. So we wait for bishop f4. Then we play bishop d3. And then again queen h6. Oh, we could take on d4 here. And d4. That looks as though it's almost equal. Almost. Ah. That happened. We don't take on so taking just knight f3 here. What? Okay, what does black do here? Actually, that's quite fascinating. Actually, taking knight g5. Intriguing. So knight f3 here. Good. That's something to celebrate. So maybe black doesn't take on d4. Black plays bishop takes, essentially threatening check. So knight f3 we can take here, and then again bishop looks okay as long as it's given d3. Bishop looks okay. Robson's last game was an epic disaster. Yeah, it was quite interesting how he lost loads of pawns. I don't know, but maybe he's got over it. I think he's got some chance here. Now, this is quite a powerful resource. Just d4 is a sort of pawn sack, just to give the bishop all the time d3 before black crunches the position with d4 and squashes that bishop down. The bishop's given some life on the d3 square here. So I don't know if this is that brilliant anymore. Okay, might change my mind a little bit here. White survival chances may have gone up a bit for my last evaluation. What do you guys think? What does black play here? This h5, I mean, if we look theoretically, the h5 was a kind of weakness in the last move. It was weakening black's king, and h7 in particular. Not having the h-pawn sometimes isn't fun, not having the h-pawn because of the h7. So d4 looks very to the point for just simply exploiting black's king safety here. But anyway, let's go back to Naka's centralizing his king. Oh. Ah. It looks as though white's faced with f4 here. Ah. Maybe Naka can grind out something there. f4 takes, f takes. Okay. Let's just check this out again though. Sorry. Rook e8, queen f5, queen f5. Queen f5. Oh, just to stop bishop d3. Attack queen. Ah. Yeah. Takes. So we're on f4. Oh, c4. That's another way of doing it. He's put an end to bishop d3 with c4. But he's given white grip on e5, but f4 is dropping off anyway. So this bishop is, I hate the word sucks, but this bishop looks to be sucking here badly. Okay, on f1. Bishop sucks. Knight f3, bishop takes. Knight f3, bishop takes. No. Yes. Possibly. Similar stories to before, without any bishop d3 stuff. Yeah, so Gabriel Blackman, sorry, there's a bit of a delay. Gabriel Blackman, you got this right. c4 was played. That's a bit of a downer for White's glimmer of excitement about bishop d3 possibilities. Often Black doesn't want to release the tension like that, but here it seems justified. It lends support for Black's king's safety. The career of the bishop is being severely restricted. Okay, so yeah. Again, it looks like a great French defense position for Black. In fact, in the endgame, c4 is going to be useful for this sort of thing, as we know from the World Championship. So is Naka really trying for a win here? Any f4, it's going to be check and run the bishop. Kamsky. Oh, he's played some weird tactic. Okay, okay. He's played knight takes e5, so he's on the rook. Rook move back, and he just went a pawn there. No, the knight's going to have to move back. I mean, g4 for f6. Knight c4 check here. Draw? Surely not. I mean, surely it's a draw. I don't know, because Black has to babysit f5 in the Nakamura game. If I just pose a question here, do you not think the Nakamura game is going to be a draw? Mir has blown his winning position. Is that against Kramnik? Iranian. What happened here? Seems quite dramatic. Queen here. Bishop d4 threatens queen g3. Whoa! Oh! What? Oh, this is complex. Bishop takes this, bishop f6 check, king h7. Maybe it doesn't do much. It's too complicated. I don't know what's going on there. What? Knight takes c4. Blimey. He's like, what? We've got to copy this one. What? Knight takes c4 was played. What's the idea? We just take here. Take.
Check.
Oh, we win c6. We win c6. This was a tactical idea earlier. It's just reappeared. This bishop's a bit of a liability. If it goes on h4, we've got g3. Black can just do knight. No, he can't do knight takes. Wow. That's mega resourceful. Knight takes c4. That's a question for black. That's amazing. What does black do now? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5. Black's 2 pawns down for the piece. What do you do here? Go on, there. Wait, so isn't that just queen h4? No, we just lose e6.
Check.
What's bishop f2? Harmless. Play rook e8. Control this. d5 drops and c4 drop. Blimey. Bishop h4, g3. solids. Oh no, f6. Let's play queen takes. Hey, I think Robson's got a point, you know. What an amazing idea. I mean, he's got a brilliant point here. This bishop for e6 for c6. We've got two loose pieces in the position. This is remarkable. What do we do here with black? What do we do? Does anyone have an idea? I think maybe Robson's doing well here. That's incredible. Shuffling around still in that game. Amazing. Kamsky's played that knight g4 to that f6 is is white going to sacrifice a piece on h6? This could be quite dangerous for black. Yeah. I have to say, Robson is looking to be turning around this game. Unless anyone has an objection to that comment. What do we play with black here? Isn't that cruel? The cruelty of chess, that white could sacrifice a piece and is exploiting basically two loose pieces in black's position with this horrible queen. That's amazing, bouncing off e6. So hitting 3 points simultaneously. e6. It's amazing. What are the possibilities with g5 here? Oh, that's cruel, isn't it? Blimey. Dana still, yeah, g5. Oh, that's cruel. Black could be just the pawn down with a good position. Oh no, that's pinned. Okay, to the king. So it doesn't look too good. We just take on g3. I'm not sure about g5. Okay, we just take on g3. We can rule out g5. I don't believe this. What we've just witnessed is a little bit of magic. I don't believe it. This knight takes c4 for queen g4. That's just amazing. So he's played queen h4. So we have this forcing sequence.
Check.
Maybe rook f7. And maybe he's just going to double rooks on f4. Or come to e8. Oh, he dropped d5 as well. And c4 drops. Nah. Oh, mind you, check is dangerous for this knight. There's a bit of counterplay coming up for black. Blimey. King h8. So queen takes. Alright, queen takes. If queen takes d7. Say rook f6. Queen takes d5. c4's loose. I don't believe that. We just play queen takes d7. He has played queen takes d7. He's on d5 now and c6. There's no end of double attacks here. What's going on? I thought my continuation was better. If black had just played rook f7 here to force white to take this, this knight's pretty menacing coming into e4. The way this has been played without rook f7 is that white's now taking on d7. This knight's stuck against this pawn structure. How did the knight do anything compared to the other knight? And d5 is attacked. Blimey. This could be a triumphant day for Robson. He's really showed a remarkable tactical insight for the loose pieces. Remarkable. Oh, hang on. Knight e7. Right, oh, is that the idea? Oh no. Don't know where it goes after f5 though. I mean, we can kick the queen. We can play knight f5. Still, I thought the other knight coming to e4 was more dangerous. Okay. So knight c6, knight a5. It's coming over here. So I guess it doesn't matter about taking on d5 here. Knight b3. We've got this loose piece here. It's diagonal. That loses a piece to knight e2. And we go to e3. There's a target on the e file. I don't know. We can just react with bishop c4. Coming in here to hit this guy. Maybe, actually, he's attacking that. So knight b3, rook b1, loose piece, try and exploit it, queen h7, bishop e3, loose piece, we're trying to exploit it. c4's dropping here. I'll take this further. Four pawns up. And a useful pin on the f file. She rook takes f4 threatened for queen d8. the thing is, we're forcing an issue here because the knight's hanging. Isn't it? But suggest the move for black. Anyone? Can anyone suggest the move for black? He has taken. Knight b3 seems to be... he has played knight b3. Surely we just play rook b1 here. Just rook b1 surely. Okay, you're saying before queen h7, this bishop. Okay. Oh, I got you. Bishop f2 here.
Check.
Oh, to stop the e3 square. Right. Right now, queen h7. Good point. Alexander Mitiev. Well done. You're saying before queen h7, black played bishop f2. Yeah, that's a good point. Now we play this. And we've got bishop d3 here. Take, queen takes. This pawn's going to be rounded up. With d2 we just take and we can attack the rook. We've got bishop d3. What do you think about that one? Just taking on c1. Okay. Oh, of course, just take on f4, opposite colour bishops. Yeah. Play on f4. And the rook goes here. We get this check.
Check.
Then what? It's a bit loose here. Oh, wait a sec. Hang on. We've got queen g3. What's... So the idea, oh man, is to play queen g3. We'll have to lose the exchange. We can play bishop takes c4 and give up the exchange. If queen g3, we've got queen h5 check. If we give up the exchange, it's 4 pawns for the exchange. It's not such a silly idea. Queen f2,
check.
King and king moves. We've got b2 here. No, we're tied down to h5. We can't take on b2. white can just play. Let's play this, surely. Because of this threat, queen g3. Too dangerous. Or is it? That's queen h5 check. And bishop c4 anyway. So rook here. We got check.
Check.
We got check.
Check.
Oh, that's too strong.
Check.
Oh, just anything.
Check.
Queen g4 after. Doesn't matter about that.
Check.
Doesn't have to give up the exchange. So what is this? White can seemingly just take rook takes c1 here and just play this rook c2. Yeah, this queen h5, weakness of the last move of queen g3. Maybe there's a back row, bit of a weakness in the back row. Nakamura game, nothing much going on there. Although f4 looks to be on. And where's he given up? Oh, bishop f5, bishop e3. If knight takes f5, bishop e6. Oh, that's clever. Wow, what an amazing idea. If knight takes as bishop e6. So, okay. He's played knight g2. So white has to be careful. Go back to Robson game, it's most dramatic. Okay, so we had just simply taking. So it looks as though queen g3, but it's with the queen h5 problem. Doesn't Robson just play rook c2? Back in a moment. What? Wow. I never even thought about this move at all. Wow. Whoa. What's going on here? Oh. Let's just copy the game there. So what happened here? Let's just go back. So bishop takes 4 pawn for the exchange. Clear enough. So Robson is 4 pawns up at the moment, but he's going to lose the exchange. I wouldn't go on the ICC clocks, it's just relay clocks. They're not accurate. Bishop d3. And there's increment as well to factor in. You know, actually, I've just seen an amazing idea. I wonder if I can demonstrate it. Rook here, and say white didn't play rook c2. It's queen f2 check.
Check.
Takes, check.
Check.
Oh no, we've always got bishop f5. So I'm just wondering. Forget it. It's just some sort of fantasy. Right, so kicks the queen, queen d5. Every time we play this, we've got this. Alright, he hasn't taken the exchange, he's kept his dark square bishop though. So he's just 4 pawns down. But what is black up to? What is he up to? Oh, I thought he'd do something like that. He has to cut out queen h5. He's cut out queen h5. That was just taken. Now there's queen h5 check. King g7 maybe? Or hold on. No, yeah, he can't do it. Still get mated.
Check.
This
Check.
is undesirable, surely. So he plays king g7 here, I think. He just wants this queen g3. There's queen h5. Queen h7 still. Let's play queen h5, queen g3. There's a check.
Check.
This looks unbelievable. He's getting his queen. Yeah,
check.
Here. King can't go here. It would be like
checkmate.
Mate. So let's go with king e6. That's queen h2 idea. I don't know if there's anything concrete for white here. Oh, rook e1 looks strong.
Check. Check. Check.
Sorry. Queen F2 check was played. Now rook here. Holy. I was threatening rook takes h3 if the queen wasn't on h3 for queen h2 mating. Oh man. Oh man, don't tell me white's going to get swindled. Oh, that's a lot better than what I imagined for black. What's going on? Queen of check.
Check.
No, he's got rook h3 check. Oh, he could just take here. He's got rook h3. No, he hasn't.
Check.
He's got queen h3. Okay. Queen d7. Can just safely take there. Can he? Queen g3. Throwing a check.
Check.
Sort of move the king away from being mated. There's rook f4. Ouch. Wow, the rook's coming into the game. So white's a bishop down, but this looks... There's a rook h3 here.
Check.
There's nothing going on there. There's nothing going on here. So queen g3. Oh, he has played it. What?
Check.
I don't know what black does here. What does black do in this position? What's black doing in this position? Black's just getting mated, isn't he? Oh,
Check.
just getting mated. He's going to just take it over here. Good day for the USA. Good day for the USA. Go USA. Looks as though Robson's turned around a position which looks a bit dodgy, to say the least. Unbelievable tactics. Black gets up and rethinks his life. Sneak critical, yeah. Oh God, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know what we've just witnessed here. I think a remarkable tactical phenomenon. Phenomenon. The clocks have stopped. Did Thingy resign? Just going to check. There's no UK team. I don't think we're qualified. I don't think UK qualified. Robson won. He won. It's incredible. Oh, what a remarkable tactical game. Blimey. Blimey. Oh, didn't see any of this. Knight takes c4. I thought white was in trouble in this position. I mean, wouldn't you think white's in trouble here? Bishop d3's just been removed. I mean, seriously? f4 seems to be dropping off. And he plays knight takes c4 casually. So this protected the pawn for a moment with the bishop a bit more, and this is a piece down. He's now 2 pawns up, so black might not have been tempted for this and instead played what seems to be apparently a terrible move which made things a lot worse. Apparently black should have gone in for, I think, bishop h4. Just checking with some engines there. g3 and taking here. Apparently this was about equal. He should have gone in for this, but instead he plays a disastrous move. Queen h4. And things
Check.
go really downhill. All of these pawns being wiped out, and he doesn't mind being exchanged down for 4 pawns. So black didn't take on c1, although apparently in this position rook c2 was okay. I did mention rook c. Apparently this is okay as well. So this apparently is a theoretical blunder. And black should have been apparently okay. Somehow. How exactly? So the next critical blunder came here. Black had 2 drawing moves in hand here, apparently. Rook c6 or rook f6. Let's go like rook f6. So even though black is 4 pawns down, do a double. me play for this. I don't know what's actually black threatening. Bishop e3 check, perpetual check with bishop e3 maybe. Because if yeah, so black messed it up again with bishop c7. So this apparently was terrible. Technically, bishop c7. And after this, white's again in the driving seat. After queen d5, white's in the driving seat again. So he had a small opportunity to double rooks, which he didn't take. What a remarkable game. Okay, so what's happening in the others? So brilliant result for the USA there. Mammadov against Necker. What's been happening here? Necker's trying to stir some trouble up for white in this simplified position. I can't see it really. Still, English refugee Kramnik won a nice game after sacrificing a piece. Did he? Let's have a quick look at that. Kramnik. Huh? Uh-huh. Playing for h5, h4 or something. Whoa! He played e5. What? Wow, is he going to play f4 or d4? Depending on how white takes. Oh, he just sacks a piece. Indeed. g3? On c3 now.
Check.
Oh, there's a lot of pawns that have been murdered here on both sides of the board. White resigned there. Blimey. What a game. That's crazy. Let's put a game board back over here. How's that other game doing? Kamsky. So like Kamsky's game. Let's go. That's crap. Okay. This one. It's got this. Interesting. Honest joke. Oh, let's have a quick look at this then. This is interesting. Is this finished? It's not finished. Nine tags. D3. Queen C2 coming up. Wow. Isn't White losing this initially? This
check
is dangerous. That's D-pawn dangerous. What do you guys think? Do you think Black's going to win this? This could be a very good day for the US. If Black won this, they want to secure at least the draw. If Black could win this. Oh, the chat's gone. Right. Let's just do something here to get the chat back. Hello? What's happened here? Knight takes c4 has been played. I think d3 looks strong. Queen c2. Hi there. Isn't d3 strong? We play queen c2. We're going to queen this pawn. Queening the pawn. If White's not careful. It's got this f6 check. I don't think it does anything.
Check.
Here. There's an f6 check.
Check.
Let's play king g8. Good day for the USA. Black wins this. Looks as though d3 looks fairly logical. F6 immediately.
Check.
Does it do anything? Can we just, I don't know, even take it? There's queen f1.
Check.
A little cheaper, we don't take it. We just play king g8. That's queen g4. Alright, okay, so d2 business
Check.
again with queen f8. We haven't got the check because we've blocked the pawn, otherwise queen f6. Queen takes e4.
Check.
No, that's not good. We just win f6 here. We just take on
Check.
f6 and then that's it. We'll just queen. He just plays d3. Looks to be winning. Azerbaijan seems to be going down today to the USA. So d3 looks to be winning. I don't know if anyone thinks about this. What do you reckon? Do you think this is lost for white? I believe this is lost for white myself. Some activity on another game somewhere here. Nakamura game? Blimey, what on earth has been happening here? Oh, the king's coming into the position. Probably. Neck is going to put some pressure on white. He's going to bring his king into d2, probably. Maybe put his bishop on g5 first to stop knight f4. Then he can bring his king into the position. So bishop g5 first. Bring the king in. Naka could play on here now for a while. Try and grind something out of this. Oh, so queen f2 was played. Just queen c2. We'll play d2 next. So fast c5 here. Nope. King f1. King f3. 1 or f3. F1, d2. No. Don't get it. Just queen c2. F6,
check.
Play king g8. We've got this pin. We're going to play d2 next. King f1, d2. Yeah, we've always got d1 check coming up. Is it Gabriel Blackman? Queen C2 is what we call stick a fork in him. Is that a common chess expression? Sorry, what country are you from? I'm not sure I've heard that recently in my leagues, in post-mortem or anything. So King F1, D2. I can't see what's White doing here. Is there some stalemate trick? I don't know what White's doing here. What is White doing against D1? It's a general American expression, Gabriel Blackman. Okay. Stick a fork in him. It's sort of more of a pin, isn't it? Like, you know, you're sort of pinning him down with Queen C2, couldn't you say? More of a pin than a fork, no? There's a general expression about pinning someone down. Police might use pinning someone down. Queen C2. Oh, is there some technical resource or something with F6? I didn't see it. I don't know if there was. F6.
Check.
How that's going to play D2 next. Queen. Oh, wait a sec. D6. D6. Hang on. No way.
Check.
Oh, you gotta be kidding. Is that what White's thinking about? D6? Oh, he's played FG. Well, he's on F7. Right, so we can't play D2 here because the Queen takes.
Check.
Oh, take here. D6. We're using the pin here. Well, D1 is better here. Let's take here.
Check.
Take here, but I'm just wondering, in that position we had D6 or something. This position here. On F6 check.
Check.
King G8, that was D6. D7, D. Oh, King here. No, Queen. King F8, D6, we just play King E8. So FG. Oh, Toby Mac, sorry, this is jokes about singing a fork. I played a GM who also happens to be 6 times US champion. He stick a fork in me so bad it still hurts. So that was that literal fork, like knife and fork or something. Which US champion was that? Okay, what's the clever trick here? What's the magic tricks here? If black just plays FG, does anyone see any amazing magic tricks out of interest? I don't see it again. Oh, hang on, E5. We've got F6 check. Oh, blimey. Oh, blimey. So this moment of opportunity after D2, we'll play check. That's a pain. Oh, blimey. E5. There's a problem. E5. Oh, what do we do about this? I didn't see this at all. E5. Have I ever swindled noobs for cash? No, not really. So it seems that E5 is a powerful move here. Walter Brown. Alright, Toby Mac Walter Brown. What do we do about E5? This isn't so simple as first imagined. So black has to be careful here, but he is... No, he's not threatened with that. Oh no. I don't know what we do here with black. What do we do after E5? It's a perpetual check.
Check.
Isn't it?
Check. Check.
Looks to be a perpetual check. All of a sudden. I hate to change of animations, but E5. This single moment of opportunity for D2, for the queen to be released from the pin.
Check.
King's too near here with this pawn. This position. Just grab both pawns, come back in time. Bajon Silsef, I think he has to play F6 now to avoid the perpetual. Yeah. Yeah. And E5 here anyway. Oh, there's another possibility. Dan is still King G6. Alright, so let's look at this. You know what? Yeah, what's wrong with King takes G6 then? So if E5, we put the king back over here. We've still got perpetual, or not. King back, D6.
Check.
I've still got perpetual. Whoa! What? No way! F5! Is that even better? Oh, wow! This is almost becoming like, I don't know, maybe Kotov's candidate move system isn't so bad here to try and guess these moves. No one mentioned F5, did they? We missed that out of the candidate move list. What's going on here? Takes here. F6.
Check.
Takes F7 with the queen. F5. Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. What's this? What is going on here? E takes. What are we going to play? King F6. What's the idea? King F6. Is that the idea? The thing is, we've got D6, D7, and D8 check.
Check.
I don't know what's going on. It looked so easy before. I don't know. Can you not just take it? Takes F6
Check.
King goes over here. Check.
Check.
This position. Hang on. If we get this position,
check.
Check here. Check here.
Check.
And isn't it sort of
Check.
perpetual checkish? I don't know, these, oh god, these are really extreme stories of chess, aren't they, these games? I don't know what's going on, but looking at these games live, they seem a lot more tactically intense than one could possibly imagine. I don't know if it's just these two games today. I don't know. What's going on here? Is it just perpetual check?
Check.
Yeah.
Check.
Force some. That's two
Check.
moves that we would check.
Check.
Let's go the other way. Yeah, he just took 50 points from me. I thought he could just take. Look at the Nakamura game for a moment then. Wow. Nakamura is making a great effort to win this game with black. He seems to have a lot of stuff he didn't have before. He's fragmented white's pawn structure. This pawn on h4 looks a bit of a menace in conjunction with bishop d7 and h3 check at some point.
check,
White plays f7. Black's got check here. Check here could be useful.
check,
Here. This position. Let's play Queen G3 check.
check,
It seems a bit safer actually to try and go for a perpetual check. It's king. It's too many checks. Black's going to get mated if he plays this, and Queen G7.
check, checkmate,
So he has to be careful. If he plays this, it's just perpetual checks. Oh, just taking here. So perpetual check time. King benches that, it's Queen E6.
check, check,
Queen on this diagonal. If King E4, we just play this. King E3.
check,
God, is this King gonna do this? Can the King do that? Go over here. All like this. Let me examine King F5 again. Check here.
check,
He has to. It's threatened with the check. What does he do? Check.
check,
King E3. A check here.
check,
King E4. It's gone to G5. Oh, of course. He's got Queen
check,
F5. King's too far away from the pawn. Queen F5. With Queen E2, Queen G4,
check,
King F2. But no, what does White do? I don't know. He's in the plot here. Is this going to be a draw? queen d8 instead of queen e5.
Check.
Yeah. I think the king might walk. Oh, we've got check here and check here. Check here.
Check.
Check here.
Check.
Ah, no, this position is good for black. Is it? I think that's to be avoided. Queen check here.
Check.
No, I think best was just queen e5, surely. Because we can always come back to e2 on queen f5. I mean, what, is black winning this? I don't know. This looks like it's okay for white for a moment. Queen g3.
Check.
And we go here. Oh, queen f3.
Check.
And we've got queen e4 coming up.
Check. Check.
King f2. Oh, we can take then.
Check.
And queen. I think this is best to play queen e5.
Check.
I think queen e5. It doesn't matter about queen f5. Queen e2, surely. Let's play queen g3.
Check.
Oh, the king didn't want to go to f5. Why didn't the king want to go to f5? Oh, wait a sec. There's check here.
Check.
We've always got this check here on this diagonal. It's queen h3. Okay, so queen f4 now.
Check.
Toby Matt, I thought king f2 in your position after queen g4. I thought king f2. But anyway, this looks like perpetual check. In any case, here the way white's playing it at the moment. Who knows? Oh, if you're enjoying this live stream, please like the video if you haven't already. Likes are always appreciated. Thanks very much. Oh dear. We're up to 49 likes at the moment, so Is there something about this position? Oh, we're up to 55 likes. Yeah, keep the likes coming in. That's great. I don't know. Is this game going to be a draw soon? So I'll catch you while you're all still here. Thanks. 55 likes. Great stuff. What's happening on the other games then? Have a quick check on the other games. Kamsky has drawn. Is Kamsky drawn here? What's the result on this? Does anyone know? Is Kamsky drawn? Right, we had some move activity somewhere. Maybe it was the Nakamura game. Nakamura is really trying to win still. I think I like these simplified positions because I've got a bit of a headache coming on, unfortunately. Before seeing any more complex positions, just check out, is Kamsky's game drawn? Kamsky drew that. It looks pretty drawn. Yeah, he drew that. So I don't know. Should we close that off, or no? Just leave it there. So Kamsky drew. So we got. So what's been happening here? Check. He's threatening to win a pawn. I played that. And why does it look tricky now? If we played knight e3, bishop takes. Knight e3. I don't know. Nakamura's trying to do something here. I don't know. Okay, so these perpetual checks. What else is going on here? Mir Aronian, is that still going on? I think White lost that. Mir against Aronian. No, it was a draw. It was a draw. This position was a draw, apparently. Interesting position to draw in. I think White's e7 is pretty powerful if the queens came off and took her here. It's draw by perpetual check. Right, this is draw by perpetual check, I guess. Yep, with queen h3. So we've got this perpetual check thriller here after king g6. Oh, this is finished. It's been agreed, drawn. Pardon me. This is drawn, guys. So the US just need a draw from Nakamura's game to win the match for the match point. Nakamura just needs to draw, and the USA have beaten Azerbaijan today. Congrats to the USA. They just need a draw from the Nakamura game. So Azerbaijan was a very tough one. Let's clear some temporary consoles for a moment. Let's clear some of this out. Okay, let's go back. So Nakamura just needs a draw and they've won the match. They've got the match point. I don't think he can lose it. I don't think Black can lose this position. So it seems that the great hero today is Robson. Remarkable, remarkable. I thought he was getting done over. He played what can only be, well, his tactic must have shell-shocked the opponent, who made things probably a lot worse than he needed to. In theory, when I say in theory, I mean from an engine perspective. Apparently Black could have coordinated his rooks 4 pawns down or something, but instead he played bishop c7 later. Completely lost position soon after that. But no, it's a brilliant game by Robson for that tactic, that tactical idea of being temporarily a piece down. And I don't know, the loose pieces in Black's position conspired just to make that work. Incredible. So the dynamism of chess is just incredible. That's why there's so many levels. I think it's so dynamic, the game. But let's copy this game. So king h3. Isn't that almost a mate with this one? Bishop f3.
Check.
Oh, king take. It's not mate. It's king takes h4. If this pawn was protected, that would that would be mate. But it's It's not protected. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh man. I think chess, Marco Kimani, you say chess is skill, not an IQ test. I think chess is also a test of stamina, I think, mental stamina. You know, and you know, for some tournaments, just getting there, you could take an hour to get there, an hour back, or even more. Say you take 2 hours to get there. I think, I don't know, you have to spend an entire day, usually. Yeah, just playing one FIDE game, and credit to these people, you know, just put in all that work, all those hours. I think most of us just like playing on the internet, just so convenient. Just blitz. A lot more fun for a lot of people, including me, generally. Although I like the club matches. So, why can't Naka just, as his opponent wants to win or something, maybe Nakamura's just wants a draw, but his opponent doesn't want to draw, possibly. So, Mamedov will know that his fellow Mamedov has lost, like a plonker, so if he draws this, they've lost the match. So maybe Mamedov is the one playing on here. I don't know how anyone can possibly win this at the moment. apart from this fictitious bishop f1 mate, which doesn't exist. I mean, that's not the full story. I mean, on a FIDE-rated game, you'd be spending the night before researching, you know, your opponent with databases and engines, probably, or even earlier in the day. Then you've got the travel time, unless you're staying at the venue. I just think it's a lot of mental work. I guess if you play like a 3-hour session on the ICC auto pairing, that sort of simulates it a bit. Like if you get into the 3rd hour and you're playing like GM after GM or IMs, yeah, that's pretty mentally tough as well. Just for a laugh. Oh, this is like dry, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. What are they thinking about? Okay, can this king come over here? Let's get to this f2 pawn. The thing is, as soon as we play king d4, we've got check.
Check.
Take on h4. And unfortunately, we're blocking. Oh, it's knight g2 anyway. Well, he's played bishop d8. Alright, so maybe this over here on f2. Let's give out f2. He wins a piece with a fork. That's an interesting idea, to put the bishop on e1. David Steffens, you say just like Carlson played basketball instead of studying your opponent, then play every move perfectly and crush souls. I thought is he playing basketball? I thought he was playing indoor football. I thought it was indoor football. I think it's useful to be quite tall to play basketball generally. I thought. I think it's indoor football he's been playing. Alright, so let's examine this. Knight f5. Oh, we get this mate scenario.
Checkmate.
That would be checkmate. Everyone wake up. Knight f5 would be a howler. Bishop f1 is checkmate. So king g2. We can almost deflect, if we could deflect the king back. Now there's g3. then there's still, basketball is a lot like chess. If physical aptitude is similar, then it becomes a massive mind game. Do you think that would be that would have been quite an amusing finish with knight f5, bishop f1? It sort of amusing, not to Mamedov. King's got some breathing squares. He's now got g1, h3, and h1. Toby Mac, is there some kind of food to boost mental power? To be honest, I've discovered something which, for me personally, I know I can't eat too much chicken before club games. I just can't calculate anything at the board. I'm having pasta instead for some reason. It's better for me. I don't know about for other people. I think if you're having something too heavy before a game, you're affecting your concentration. That's immediately before. I'm talking about club games, really. I'm not talking about Tell me, mate. I've got really no interest generally in playing any more one-day games. I'm happy I got the CM title at some point, getting over 2200. I really enjoy, I know this is terrible, but I really enjoy online chess and club chess. I don't want to play FIDE chess much. So king f4, bishop d1. So, have you noticed Magnus always drinks orange juice before his games? I haven't really. It's been mentioned though. Apparently there wasn't that much orange juice around at the World Championship. Actually, okay. What does this do? Bishop here gives us what exactly? So some people say it's also radioactive, so orange juice. I think isn't Brazil nuts are supposed to be the most radioactive. Somehow they're quite deep in the ground or something. Yeah, so I don't know what we can do here with this knight on e3. Try and knock it out with bishop b6. No,
Check.
Knight d5 check would be terrible. Can you imagine if they could play that? That'd be terrible. Oh, God. Knight d5. Not bishop b6. Okay, so bishop b5. More sensible. Maybe the bishop's coming here to support h3 check. If that's any good for black, I don't know. The pawn could be a liability on h3. This pawn's kept on a dark square away from the light square bishop. The knight's just kept centrally on e3. So is White under some sort of pressure here because of bishop d7 and h3 check? Or is he not bothered about that? I mean, if he commits to like h3, would that be terrible? I don't know if that's terrible. Does anyone think h3 would be terrible here? Or particularly disastrous in some long-term way to play h3. I mean, I guess it's a target all the time to the bishop. We can always, play bishop g4, bishop g4. I don't know if h3 is a long-term problem. Bishops could go to d3, supporting the e-pawn. I don't know why. Okay, white to move though. White to move. How do we clear an arrow? Is it control? That's control. Isn't it like increments on each move or something? I think there's a 30-second increment on each move. This could go on forever. Bishop c2. "30-second increment per move." Can we really? I suppose it's not that much. We can really put the opponent under time pressure. So knight d5 coming up. Black to move. Bishop b6 is not the best idea because of knight d5 check. So I mean, bishop. He has got more. Black's got a more active king, right? I'll get rid of these arrows. I can't get rid of any of them. This one? Nope. Can't get rid of any. Okay, let's just do this. Black's got more active king. I can't see. Oh no, I can't see it. What does he do? H3 check. Hang on, let's try H3 check.
Check.
We get this king here. Let's spice things up. Actually, there's a threat of mating again. The king is actually helping mate. We've got the bishops sort of in a mating net. How did this happen? Blimey. It's H3 check. Might have to think twice about taking on H3 because of King F3. King G1. This king's Bishop E2, so we can have King F3, and Bishop H4. Nope, he hasn't gone for that anyway. Bishop A5. This H3's in the air. Knight D4 check.
Check.
King goes not here, I think. Or is it F3? What, Bishop D3? It's E5, then not E3. Isn't he threatening H3 here to win this one? No, he's not. There's always Knight G4 check with fork there. I think I'd go back to that other position with the king on F4 for that H3 to work at some point. Maybe he's like trying to run him down on the clock, because that's a neat little trek. H3. I don't know if there was a big problem with that. King coming to F1 and H3. Do you think black's got the chances here more than white? rated dogs we I think Magnus was 13 when he played Kasparov. Yeah, it's a funny feeling he was, yeah, as well. In the rapid, there were 2 rapid games, so Magnus managed to draw one and lost the other. Toby Mac, here's the question: who is the best player between Kasparov and Magnus? Yeah. No idea. After h3 check and king f3, white has bishop d1. Oh, he's gone for... White's played h3, stopped all the h3 tracks. What about this bishop? Coming in like this. Oh, sorry, there's an important point I just realised. It's not just about winning the match, is it? Because if Naka could win, not only you get the match point, you get the game points, and the game points could be useful, I would imagine, for tiebreak. So it would be great if we could get the game point. So it's sorry, I think it's too simplistic to think this is just about winning the match now. So obviously, yeah, if Nakas can get a game point out of this as well as win the match, obviously that's more ideal, as well as for his personal rating, etc. But yeah, game points, match points, factor both of them in. But a draw would win the match, get the match point. I wondered earlier if there's some big deal about playing h3. I think it's just a long-term target to the light square bishop on this diagonal. Still can't. Yeah, no. So time pressure is going to be making it tricky. So bishop c6 has been played. Bishop c6, so okay, if he's protecting the pawn, this means the king, in theory, could go over here without losing the pawn to d2. In theory, if there wasn't any major tactical disaster on that journey. So king f1, bishop b4. I think if we got the king over here, that would represent something. Progress of some sort. We're getting into blitz finish territory if the clocks are really reflective on the increment. So white's going to be under severe clock pressure soon. If he keeps spending more than 30 seconds a move, he'll have to survive on 30 seconds a move eventually. Okay, so this infiltration, I mean, on the other hand, as soon as we play king d4, there's knight f5 check winning h4. I don't know. I think the from a purely ruthless perspective here, if black can just play moves without losing a piece or a pawn and just get white down on the clock, it's not that puristic from a chess connoisseur perspective. But if black's determined to win, I guess that would be the first thing to do, to undermine the opponent's clock first before doing anything adventurous. So king d4 is knight f5 check anyway, coming up. Knight g4 check.
Check.
It seems to allow king f4. Why isn't king f4 any good here? That looks a bit menacing as well, superficially. If the king goes over here, we're kind of neglecting, you know, bishop d7, we're kind of neglecting, we're getting in trouble, I think. I'm getting in trouble because of that h3 pawn. It'll start to feel quite uncomfortable, especially if you only have 2 minutes on your clock to defend this. Mind you, there's knight f6 if you want to do some forcing moves. Hasn't done that. Just gone back here, so he's protecting that f6 square. Gabriel, that one you're saying, sorry, no, someone else, and tropical nature. Do you think Mammadov will blunder in the blitz pressure? I think, honestly, I think it would be terrifying to play Nakamura if you only had the 30-second increment in this sort of position. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you like to have just 30 seconds per move against Nakamura if you had to hold the position? And he had about 10 minutes. He seems to be just aiming to undermine White's clock. I know it's quite brutal to say that, but he's not doing anything that committal with his position, and so White's clock is depleting, and we're going to have that very scary scenario. But you know, the GM can calculate probably very, very quickly. I don't know how exhausted he is. 30-second increment per move. Can he survive on that? For how long? And I don't know, something about this is, you know, do you think that Naka is storing up some notes of opportunities? Just imagine Nakamura is storing some notes on opportunities which are committal in this position. So he's collecting notes. He's winding down the opponent's clock all the time. So when the opponent is low on time, he could later pounce with those ideas. I don't know, just speculating. What is white solid enough to draw this? Let's copy the game again. I mean, the opponent, if he's playing a move in less than 30 seconds, he's building up his clock, but his clock's gone down to 2 minutes now. Is white solid enough? I think if white can prove, if it was an ECF, in English Chess Federation game, you know, you can't just try and win on time. There's actually a technical rule. You have to show that you're making progress. Otherwise, you know, your opponent can claim a draw. Is black making progress? I don't know. It's a bit kind of, it's a bit unethical to just try and win purely on the clock. I'm not saying Naka's doing that. I think he might be just storing notes up for opportunities to pounce with as a final go when the opponent's lower on time, on the extreme lowness of time. But you know, okay, so more than 30 seconds a move, he'll be going down to 0. He'll just be surviving on the 30-second increment pretty soon. The winning, you know, if I was making notes about this position to try and win it, well, we've got this h3 pawn. We've got a more active king, which has been threatening some sort of infiltration at various points. You know, maybe coming to d2 at some point. But maybe it's just all best played when white hasn't got any time on his clock. But he's just played that move quite quickly, bishop a6. So he's got an extra 30 seconds there. Quite quickly. I mean, what would happen if the king tried king c3 here? Actually, this is not the position anyway. So the knight's on g4, bishop g5, knight g4, bishop a6. If king c3 here, king c3 here. It doesn't always have to be about pawns. It can be king safety issues as well. So king coming to d2. Well, now black has got a concrete threat to address, to take here and get this past pawn. So we have to calculate this.
Check.
To see if this pawn's winning. King could go here. I don't get it. King could go here. Let's say we've got this position. No, don't get it. We exchange off this, then this pawn's dangerous and the king could come over like this to g2 to try and win h3. we exchanged off that light square bishop. Gabriel Blackman, you say, sorry, someone mentioned about Tau. Sorry, that was Gabriel Blackman. You say, oh, King F1, things are hotting up. But White's back to 5 minutes. He's got 5 minutes. The King has finally come in with this idea of King C3. It's just quite dangerous. I mean, if we play what looks like a move, King E2, is that dangerous? There's Bishop C2, we come into D3. Oh, blimey. What do we do about that? If the bishop moved, this could be a disaster, couldn't it?
Check. Check.
Almost getting mated here. Bishop F1. This would be a disaster, surely, with this H pawn. Sorry, I was going to say something about Tau. You know, as well as winning the World Championship in 1960, Tau's really amazing for his Olympiad performances. I think he was like mopping up everyone quite effectively in Olympiads, more effectively than most other players. So we have Bishop B5, we have check.
Check.
King G2. King G2. What about King D3 here? Is that a disaster? I don't think the king should be holding the pawn by itself because of check.
Check.
Maybe Bishop D3. And then we can start getting over there to D2. So this is giving everyone a true FIDE rated game experience with grueling increment. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. I want to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. When I played FIDE games in the past, there wasn't increment so much. I don't know about you guys. If any of you play FIDE games and like the increment, you can have games that just go on and on and on, like this. I think it's just too much work for chess, which is meant to be a game fundamentally for most people. Oh, it just feels like too much work, all this. I remember at Gibraltar once, Trent, he was playing this game which was lasting till about midnight, literally, and they had a ridiculous increment the year I went, a 2-minute increment per move, ridiculous. So games could really last too long, as far as I'm concerned. King D4, King D4, okay. there's a Gabriel Blackman, you're saying there's a video of Tal Karpov on YouTube. So Tal's smoking a cigarette and constantly blowing smoke in a young Karpov's face. By the way, since you raised the subject of smoking, did you know electronic cigarettes might be a risk reduction technique if people are just having the nicotine without the all the other chemicals that they put in cigarettes. I just know some people that used to smoke heavily that have moved on to electronic cigarettes, and it seems like a healthier option. But apparently the EU, I think they were going to vote apparently for it to for electronic cigarettes to be left alone, not to be put under great scrutiny for medicinalisation. But I think they might be turning that around and trying to get rid of now all the flavourings, rechargeability. Apparently, I don't know if anyone's got a view on, you know, could electronic cigarettes potentially save, you know, literally thousands of people's lives could be saved if electronic cigarettes really are safer than cigarettes. If, I mean, that's a big if. I mean, I don't know if anyone's knows anything about this. I'll just be quite interested since you brought up cigarettes. I mean, nowadays we're not that worried, are we? In tournament halls, they're not. You know, you're not allowed to. No one's allowed to smoke. So it's. I mean, but I'm just saying for those that are addicted to smoking, electronic cigarettes seem an interesting technological innovation. So what's happened here? We have, I don't know, some moves. Let's just copy the game here. So we have what actually happened there. Sorry, just King D4, Bishop A8, King Bishop D3, Bishop B7, King C3. Mr. Bloody, my wife smokes the e-cig, and it helped her quit over a year ago. Yeah, you see, I mean, most of us are addicted to caffeine, yeah? I mean, I know I am addicted to caffeine. If nicotine wasn't, say, in theory, that bad by itself, then, you know, we allow people to have caffeine. So if electronic cigarettes deliver nicotine without all the other stuff, then in chess terms, isn't that like a lesser evil strategy? That, okay, you know you shouldn't be on the caffeine, but at least you're not with the... Sorry, you know you shouldn't you know you shouldn't be on the nicotine, right? But at least you cut out all the other stuff. But I think, I don't know, the EU are trying to say maybe that the flavourings are not tested and all the other stuff. But on the other hand, if you imagine people went from smoking to e-cigarettes, for me, just intuitively, I'll think it would be a good idea if e-cigarettes are fundamentally safer than normal cigarettes. You know, to you know, for them to be researched at least. I don't know, but I think it will be a shame if that growing, you know, sector is destroyed before it's given a chance to see if it can save lives. But I suppose people on the other side say, you know, it hasn't been tested. Anything new hasn't been tested. There's been disasters in the past where things haven't been tested. No, I'm not saying either side. I'm just saying it's interesting, though. It's interesting. I don't smoke, but I have coffee in the morning. I have caffeine, obviously. I think most people have caffeine, don't they? But I don't smoke. I've never got into smoking, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, Matt Fuller, you say if they are safer, then you're right. But you see, if the EU restricts flavouring and rechargeability, etc., then the entire industry, all the products are kind of in effect banned. And if you consider e-cigarettes to be a lesser evil strategy than allowing people to kill themselves with cigarettes, then isn't it potentially you should be restricting cigarettes more than e-cigarettes, shouldn't you? If fundamentally you believe e-cigarettes are safer than cigarettes, yeah, shouldn't you be restricting more cigarettes rather than e-cigarettes? I don't know. Sorry, I mean, I'm just. It's been on my mind actually recently, because I do know some people that smoke heavily, and this EU thing's coming around the corner just in a few days actually. There's going to be a vote which might have a very bad adverse effect on this new industry, the e-cigarette, alternative, which was driven by consumers rather than major companies. So again, what's going on here? So I don't know. We've got Bishop A8. We've got Bishop C2. That's not the position because it's actually black to move. So I'll just copy the game again. What we had here, just to recap on this exciting game. So King C3, Knight E5, Bishop C2, Bishop A8, Bishop E7, Knight G4. King goes to D2 now. So Rice high 85. Logically, I think e-cigarettes should be better. Sorry, you say, but the problem is longitudinal studies take a while. So we can't really have a certain answer for a while. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, you can take a fundamental perspective, right, and say, what is it that really kills fundamentally about smoking? And I always thought it's not the nicotine, it's all the other stuff. So a lot of people seem to think e-cigarettes is like a more abstract version of smoking. You're just taking the nicotine and you're not taking the other stuff. So do you think that, I guess there's a risk with everything, but should consumers be allowed to, take what they think are common sense risks? Or I don't know, maybe it's just too dangerous, all this stuff, and everything needs testing. I don't know. Losing track of the position yet again. So I'll copy the latest moves again. So we had King D2, Knight E3, Bishop D3, Knight F5. Now we've got this fork actually of note here. So what do we do about this? There's a fork. Matt Fuller, so yeah, you kind of agree with the comment that so nicotine is unhealthy and habit forming, but not the most dangerous part of cigarettes. Yeah, we just oh blimey, what's going on here? He's just sacked the H pawn. What's this about? Yeah, Tao apparently was smoking a game against Karpov, so I thought I'd mention it. Just so someone mentioned about Tao smoking in Karpov's face, which wouldn't be allowed nowadays. I don't even know what the status is on e-cigarettes, if they're allowed in tournament halls. So Luca D, you say my friend used e-cigs, they didn't last long in his hand because he was tempted to use regular ones after a short period, right? So what is going on with this pawn sack? So I don't know, King E2, can we not win this F pawn? And then we've got this passed E pawn, but white's got the passed H pawn. So knight here, bishop takes. No, it's not check because this is a light square. This is white's bishop. It's not check. But you're saying for me to check E3. I think we can just take that. I don't know. Just giving white a pawn. Too dangerous, surely. I think just the idea must be king E2 here or king E1. Gives bishop F1. So Toby, Matt, you're saying there are 300 different chemicals in smoke from cigarettes which are really bad for you. Yeah? One moment. Back in 1 minute. King E2. Oh, blimey, what is going on here?
Check.
I'm going to take that. I guess we want to take that. I've got a headache now. He doesn't want to take it, no. Bishop C2. So he's reserving bishop F2. So with check, we'll play king here. We've got bishop takes F2 more effectively without the option of knight takes D3.
Check.
Is white in trouble of some sort? H4. Bishop plays F2. H5. Well, I know it's simple to test, but probably not going to be played. But let's imagine. Well, let's imagine E3 is played here. It means the bishop's covering H7 immediately. We're trapping in our own bishop here. Is it useful to have the bishop on F2? Alternatively, if we don't want to close our bishop up like that for a moment, just keep the bishop out. The bishop's always got H4. It's not that committal. The bishop's always got H4. Cigarettes. So Gabriel, your cigarettes kill 450,000 annually in the US. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so H6. We're gonna have to play H. Oh, we don't. Okay, we don't have to play E3. King. Our bishop's on the queening square. So instead of playing E3, we have King D2. Is he crashing through? He's gonna win a piece soon. Actually, guys, could we just could you do me a favour? Sorry, on this chat, could we just restrict when we talk about cigarettes? Can we just restrict ourselves to e-cigarettes for a moment rather than venturing out? Because I think from the EU perspective, that's kind of topical at the moment. Apparently, it's trending on Twitter about the EU potentially restricting the nature of electronic. The e-cigarettes. That's very topical. In a few days' time, I think they're going to take a decision. So this bishop b7. I think black is going to win a piece here with e3. I mean, how can this pawn actually be stopped? Oh, bishop a6. He's got a blockade. No, he's not going to win a piece. No, I'm just thinking there's a certain topicality about this EU vote coming in a few days' time that a potentially useful innovation could be being severely restricted, but I don't know. You know, just. Oh God, sorry. Bishop e5, knight g6. What's this knight g6? Oh no, the pawn's on e4. Come on, let's get in the analysis board. I have to copy the game. I didn't know. I thought the UK wants to be part of the EU. Doesn't don't we want to be part of the EU? I don't know. I thought it did want to be part of the EU. Sorry. What is the latest on that? No, it's a good question. I thought there was this general feeling that for example, bailing out Greece, etc. I thought we were interested in being in the EU from an economic perspective. I'm hoping there's nothing naughty on my desktop. There's been too many desktop flashes. I have to make sure there's nothing naughty on my desktop. This desktop flashing has to stop, really. Windows. I blame Windows. Windows. Well, this pawn's making progress. If it was the 50 move rule, are you all aware that the 50 move rule, as soon as a pawn moves, it's reset from 0, the 50 move rule. A pawn has moved to e3 here. Doesn't he have, so bishop f3 or bishop a6? We want to stop this pawn, do we? Right, let's just imagine bishop f3 is played out of interest. Oh, hang on, bishop g. This is getting tricky. We can just exterminate this pawn. We get this pawn. If we got that pawn, it would be torture, wouldn't it? We get that pawn for nothing. We can then play, I don't know. That would be something to win that pawn on h6. Sorry. I don't know why I'm laughing. Is it because I'm reading the chat? Sorry. I don't think I should. Oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear. This pawn on h6 dropping off. Okay. Yes, we've got a problem with h6 here dropping off. White saying goodbye to his h pawn. Big news flash for this game. So, does it matter? Can White just play knight? Oh, I don't know. Let's imagine knight e2, bishop takes. Then Naka's got a position he can further torture the opponent. Don't tell me we're going to be here till midnight on this game. Oh, he hasn't taken the pawn. He's played bishop d3. He wants a piece instead. He's winning a piece. And there's h7. We can still win the pawn with h7 to deflect the bishop. We're winning a piece with e2. Are we? No, maybe not. We don't want to play e2 because there's always h7 here. I think we just want to take here and then threaten to win a piece later. So this pawn hasn't been taken. There's high drama from Naka not taking obvious pawns. He doesn't like playing obvious moves. So what is the idea of king c3? I wonder. Isn't there knight e4 check here or something? Oh, bishop e4.
Check.
White's lost the piece. Naka, he can't theoretically win that, can he? Two bishops versus a bishop. It's a draw, isn't it? In theory. In practice, I suppose anything can happen. Yeah, I think one of the greatest, my greatest player of all time is Mikhail Tal. Is everyone aware of that? I think my favourite player is now firmly Mikhail Tal, and apparently he was quite a heavy smoker and drinker. I think Petrosian also had similar bad habits, or was it? I'm not sure. Did Petrosian have similar bad habits? Does anyone know? So king, okay, so pawn here, king at h1. Let's just copy the game. Well, we're going to get this pawn now. Oh, it's draw, finally.
Check.
I'm surprised Naka didn't play bishop d3 here. I wonder why he didn't play bishop d3. That's interesting. Does anyone have an answer to that? Why bishop d3 wasn't tried instead of this trivial draw now? Okay. Well, that was fun. I think it's a draw now, officially. Great. Yes, it's totally, theoretically, practically, every type of draw it's drawn. No one could win. Yes. Okay. Well, that was fun. If anyone wants a quick review of the game, it was like this. Sveshnikov. Black's got the bishop pair. Then we had some sort of ending like this, and then a sort of series of seemingly endless maneuvers at the time, leading to the king coming all the way down eventually, fragmenting pawns, king coming down eventually. I think that was an episode somewhere. Yep. And I don't know, is it really worth it? They could have agreed to draw ages ago and save the energy for tomorrow. Isn't there a game tomorrow? Was it really worth it? I don't know. Anyway, hope you enjoyed that. There is a game tomorrow, right? Okay. Comments or questions on YouTube. Thanks very much. Unless you want to chat some more, I don't know. No, see you tomorrow. Cheers. There is a game. Okay. I can't seem to stop this stream now. The stream is impossible to stop. Great.